See, we have a quorum. Good morning and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. This committee is meeting electronically, as we can all see, today for the purpose of inviting public comment on legislation. Before we get started, I want to share some basics about the format. Let's see. This is being live streamed, so once people are on as panelists, they will be seen and heard if their camera is on and their mic is on. So we encourage people to mute their microphones until so that until it's time for them to speak. Also want to remind everybody about the Zoom identifier. I'm glad I have this in my script to remind, because every time I've got to change my Zoom identifier. There we go, and you can click on the top three buttons on your picture, and please add your title so people know how to refer to you. I'll do that right now. At this point, I would invite everyone to introduce themselves. So can we start with Representative Geiger?
Good morning. Thank you. Representative Valley Geiger, District 93.
Representative John Andrews, District 70, Western Maine.
Morning, everybody. Sarah Pebworth, House District 133. And I just wanted to say that Blue Hill Hospital is in my district, and Northern Light Health has administered over 21,000 initial vaccines and almost 8,000 second vaccines.
Hi, Representative Amanda Collmore. I represent House District 106, Pittsfield, Detroit, and Clinton.
And it does not look like Senator Lucchini is here, so Senator Searway. Senator Searway,
Yes, good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Good morning, Representative Jack Ducharme, House District 111, Madison, Solon, and Norridgewock.
Representative Austin.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Sue Austin. I hail from my hometown of Gray. Exit 63 on the Maine Turnpike. I have portions of Gray, Raymond, Casco, and I have all of the island of Fry Island in Big Sebago Lake, which we believe is the only freshwater island town in Maine. Thank you.
Representative Tavis Hassenfuss, House District 81, which is Winthrop, Reedfield, and North Monmouth.
Representative Kyle Bailey, House District 27, half of Gorham and part of North Scarborough.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent House District number 149, which is Caribou, Westmanland, and New Sweden.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Tiffany Roberts. I'm the House Chair representing House District 6, which is the majority of North Berwick and South Berwick.
And good morning. Good morning. I'm Senator Chip Curry, and I represent Senate District 11, which includes the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. So as we get started here, a couple other announcements. The committee members are probably used to this. We say this every time, but I want to remind everybody or ask for patience as we navigate. It seems like every week we have a new kind of wrinkle on Zoom and figuring this out, and I will ask for everyone's patience and as we figure it all out and we keep moving forward. Again, a reminder on the chat function. I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce I'll back up to introductions. Jody Breton is our clerk, and so Rachel Olson is our analyst, along with Sam Seneff. And I don't see Sam right now, but I think he is listening in. So welcome and thank you for your work with us. So chat function, as a reminder, we're going to leave chats to technical issues, trying to get problem solved. If you can, and probably the technical issues should best go to either the chairs or to Jody Breton, or if we can't figure out that, it can go to all the panelists. That would be helpful. Let's see. We just can't have substantive conversations because that's not part of the on the chat, because that's not part of the screen sharing for the live streaming. We'll be using the hand raising feature. The hand raising feature, I think everyone has figured out at this point, will be based on the either clicking the participant list and then going to the bottom and selecting raise hand, or if you have it in your reactions, if you have, depending on the version of Zoom that you have. I think at this point, a couple tips for those who are participating. We have a 3-minute testimony time period. So, and I have requested that Representative Roberts be the bad guy in this situation, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, Representative Roberts. So you'll be giving a reminder at 3 minutes to wrap up, to summarize and wrap up. To anyone giving testimony, no props are permitted or backdrops that are part of your presentation. Unfortunately, Representative Roberts and I need to be the backdrop police, so any campaign materials or part of your presentation, please not have that as a part of a filter or a backdrop. No cats, no presenting as a cat. So we'll leave it with that. And just a reminder to all of us, those listening, and to the members, this is the public hearing part of this. This is our purpose, is to hear from the public, to hear from the sponsors. We will have time for debate and positions in our work session. So we'll try to maintain questions for clarification and questions to the people giving testimony, and not get into a debate. With that, we're going to start with LD 22. LD 22, and we are going to, in a second, we're going to open up the public hearing. For the people watching, I want to do a little bit of screen sharing to let you know where to find all this. And so if you are following along, let's see if we can do this. Where you can find all of this in the screen share, that screen. I hope you're seeing the Main Ledge website. Can someone confirm that that's what you're seeing? Okay, so this is our legislature.maine.gov website, and you can follow along by, if you're following a bill number, you can certainly put it in there, or you can go to committees. I'll just click there. It'll ask for which committee. This is the Innovation Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee. And here is our schedule. This is what's on, scheduled for public hearing today. We are starting with LD 22. So if you want to know what that says, you can click there and you can go to the text. And there, the text will be right there. And if you want to follow along after the fact, later on, we will start to have this area in status committee will be populated with testimony. So if you want to see all the testimony that's been submitted, it will be there. With that, let's open up the public hearing for LD 22. And I will ask Ms. Breton, is President Jackson in and ready to speak?
No, I do not see President Jackson yet. Yes, I do. He's just showed up. We'll promote him right over.
Excellent, thank you.
There he is.
Welcome, President Jackson. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Senator Kerry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Troy Jackson. I represent the people of Northern Merced County in Senate District 1. And I'm here today to present LD 22, an act to authorize early payment of anticipated funds to the Loring Job Incremental Financing Fund. The Loring Development Authority of Maine was created in statute upon the closing of the Loring Air Force Base in Limestone. The authority manages a 3,700-acre business, commercial and industrial park that includes a 1,600-acre aviation complex. It serves as a landlord to businesses and provides municipal services to approximately 300 residents and 28 businesses, which employ an estimated 800 workers. Additionally, the LDA works to attract new employment opportunities and jumpstart new economic activity in the area. This is essential to economic stability and vibrancy of the surrounding communities. 10 months ago, the COVID-19 pandemic abruptly changed the landscape of everything that we do here in Maine and in this country. Like so many businesses and nonprofits in our state, LDA has struggled over the past year. As I understand it, the LDA had a number of investment opportunities fall through due to the pandemic. Some of these investments included a proposed distillery that would have occupied 4,700 square feet, 47,000 square feet, and a hemp producer that were expected to sign a contract with the LDA and plant a sizable crop in 2020. Both were put off due to the unexpected difficulties of the pandemic. Within the last 2 years, RKG Consultants did an economic impact study of the LDA. Today, LDA supports over 760 jobs in 15 different organizations. RKG's analysis estimated that a closure would result in the loss of those 760 jobs from the county and the industries now employing them, along with the loss of an additional 1,101 jobs due to the indirect and induced impacts throughout the region. This loss of jobs results in an annual reduction in total earnings of over $116 million and a loss of over $4.3 million in taxes to local, state, and federal governments. The implication of these losses go far beyond the town of Limestone and the neighboring communities. LDA's closure would represent a significant blow to all of Aroostook County. The Loring Tax Increment Financing Program partially funds the authority. It allows the authority to receive 50% of the Maine state income tax withheld from incremental jobs created at Loring Commerce Center. The funds are used for municipal services, including water, sewer, fire protection, police protection, sanitation services, and maintenance of grounds and roads. Typically, the funds are transferred from the state tax assessor annually on July 31st. This bill, which is nearly identical to a bill I sponsored on behalf of the governor in 2019, would represent an opportunity to allow some flexibility financing for the authority in the short term. It requires, upon the recommendation of the Commissioner of Maine's Department of Economic and Community Development or the governor, to transfer the anticipated funds prior to the July 31st payment date. This transfer is a one-time only authorization and is a common sense measure to help LDA keep afloat during a difficult time. The 1994 closure of the once vibrant Loring Air Force Base in Limestone was devastating news for the people and small businesses in Aroostook County. Since then, the Loring Development Authority has worked to revitalize the base by embracing new economic opportunities and creating good paying jobs. The base still has so much potential. I believe the LDA just needs our support to get through this crisis. And certainly, thank you for your time and consideration. On Tuesday, the nominations that you put forward, I think is a big part of trying to turn the base around. But, this influx of cash to the LDA is going to do a lot to keep it afloat until, we get some opportunities there. And there's a lot of reasons why the LDA needs this. Some of the ways that things were set up with the federal government and things like that. But what's really important is there is 760 jobs there currently. They're a big deal. And if we're not able to keep the LDA working as far as paying their sewer bill and everything else that it takes to create those jobs, they will leave, and we won't get them back to not only Worcester County, but to Maine in general. So with that, I'll certainly take any questions and look forward to working with everyone on this bill.
Thank you very much, President Jackson. Do we have any questions? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. President. Just kind of a point of clarification. This seems to be kind of a housekeeping type of bill for funds that are already due to be allocated to Loring. Am I understanding that correctly? This is just to get them there quicker.
Yeah, well, thank you, Representative Roberts. I mean, that is it's an advance on something that would come July 31st anyways. And like I said, we have done this in the past, but obviously it's even more critical at this point because of the problems that we've had, obviously statewide and nationwide. But this money would come to the LDA on July 31st anyways. Like I said, this speeds up the process and gets them some cash flow so that they can pay, those sewer bills, which are significant, all the things it takes. And then obviously anything that, may be needed to help attract other businesses to the area.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I assume, Representative Roberts, is this money already been appropriated and it's just being held up administratively, or will the funds need appropriated in the future? Thank you.
Really sorry, I'm not sure if I caught all that, but there's a program that was set up, I think by former Representative Gary O'Neill from Limestone, that 50% of the the state income tax that comes off of jobs for that area goes into a fund that's released every July 31st to the LDA to, do everything it takes to run the operations of the business. And this bill would allow us to let that funding go before July 31st because they have had such a hard time over the last 10 months.
Okay, so that money is sitting in a fund somewhere.
Yes.
Okay.
Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Jackson. You may have said it and I just didn't catch it, but the prospects that were there prior to COVID, are they gone forever, or is there any hope that within the next few months or the next year that they would be still coming back to consider the base?
Sure.
Loring?
I can't speak extensively about it. I know that I was involved, at least in the distillery. It was a main company, sat right across the table from them. They were very interested. It felt very much like it was going to happen. I think obviously COVID messed everything up for them. And while they may have still a lot of interest, I don't know at this point when that may happen or anything like that. And as far as the hemp, I hadn't spoke to them. So I really can't speak to that. But like I said, I was trying to be quick on my testimony on Tuesday to the people that you all put forward. I think there's been a real thought to try and get some people in there to help get some new energy and create some new life to the area. It does have a lot of opportunity, has a lot of space. So many things, but obviously distance for some people was problematic, but sometimes now that same distance is a potential. So to your question, Representative Austin, I honestly don't know about the ones that had been there. I think things get turned around, at least one of them still has great interest. I think they're going to do something here in Maine. And the space and the opportunity that's there at Loring certainly seem to be an incentive for them, but I can't really say if it's going to happen or not.
Senator, would it be appropriate for the work session? Would Kyle be able to give you just a few of those pieces of information? Just because we have just nominated that great slate of folks, it'd be kind of interesting to know so we can
Sure.
generate some conversations.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I expected Mr. Flora to be on today, so you may be able
Oh,
to.
okay.
I
Okay.
expected that. I can't say for certain because I can't see who's on the lineup right now, but I expected Carl was going to testify in support of this.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's one of the unintended aspects of the Zoom is people can't look across the room and say, well, who else is here? We've run into that a couple times already. Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, President Jackson, for your testimony. My question is the money that is going to be dispersed, is that supporting existing infrastructure for current tenants, or is this looking at potentially attracting future tenants, or is this really just advancing to keep the lights on and the doors open for now while we think about who we can get in there?
Sure. Yeah, it's a great question. I definitely think, both. The federal government has the defense finance and accounting services there, which, are very good jobs for our area. But the federal government, in its wisdom, decided not to pay for any of the services as far as water and things like that. And so the LDA actually has to make that all up. It's certainly a problem for them. But the challenge is obviously if they don't pay for those services, I'm sure the federal government can find somewhere else to move in this country, and we just don't want to lose those jobs. At the same time, I think with Carl and the board, business attraction is going to be a big part. I mean, it already has been a big part of their role, and having some cash flow to either do upgrades to business, buildings that are on the campus to get people there, or even just for marketing, I mean, is important. So I mean, Carl can definitely speak to that better, but I'm certain it is both.
Just to follow up real quickly, if I could, did you say the federal government has chosen to not pay the infrastructure bills that are incurred by DFAS?
As far as the water and sewer, yes, and there's really nothing we can do about it. Again, Carl can talk extensively about that, but it is it's just one of those bad problems to have. I mean, it's great jobs. I don't want to lose them, but it came with the requirement that they were going to pay for the water and sewer. So,
and now they're not.
Yeah.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Senator Troy, Senator Jackson, forgive me. This is my first term, so I know so little about Loring. So it closed 26 years ago. The LDA was formed shortly thereafter, I'm assuming, and over these last 26 years has been successful in bringing 750 jobs, but that's a tiny fraction of what could be sustained there. And in order to help sustain it, the LDA sends 50% of the income tax from those 750 jobs back to the LDA to run on. Do I have that right? Or is that strictly to pay for those infrastructure bills that are ongoing with the jobs that are already there?
Yeah. So the 50% getting back the income tax on was passed before my time, probably sometime, shortly after they created the LDA. But that is to run, help run the facility. And as far as the jobs go, there were more there. There was a lot of there were some opportunities that went away with the military site, refurbishing the Humvees and things like that. That unfortunately, other states ended up being able to get their federal delegation to help get those contracts, and then of course, we haven't had the need for some of those refurbishments because of the lack of outbreak of military need around the world, which was great. But that was a big part of the LDA for a long time too. And there's, certainly been some other things. There's been some misses and things like that. Like I said, the distance sometimes becomes problematic, but I mean, I definitely think there's some real opportunity there. I mean, with rocket tests this weekend, there's a lot of interest. There has been interest in the past for aeronautical things because it has one of the longest runways in the country. So, I just think we need to get our feet under us once again and try some new avenues. But, the LDA had some really great opportunities that unfortunately just went away. They still have some great businesses there. But if we don't do something like this, probably, it'll get worse much quicker.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Let's see. Any other questions? Seeing no other questions, and some questions that I think Mr. Flora would be able to answer, that I will give the floor to Mr. Flora. Time is yours. We have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. I'm Carl Flora, and I'm CEO of the Loring Development Authority. Testify. You have my written testimony. Senator Jackson covered most of the points that you will see in my testimony pretty well. There are a couple of things that there were questions on, and I'd like to try to clarify those things. One question is, what is the 50% that is returned to the LDA used for? And we have a limited set of uses. We do not use those funds for business attraction, for example, but we do use them to operate the facility. And that includes operating a drinking water treatment plant, a drinking water distribution system, sewer collection system. We contract for sewer treatment services. We maintain roughly 46 lane miles of roads and keep them plowed so that our tenants can access their facilities. And we arrange for typical municipal services like fire, police, and ambulance. The original idea behind the Loring Job and Financing Fund back when it was created was that since Loring did not have the ability to levy real estate taxes, but yet still had to, if development was going to occur, make sure that these services and functions were fulfilled, that this was intended to provide a source of funding to support those kind of activities. The other thing a question I heard was, are some of the businesses that were set back by the onset of COVID, are they going to resume? Do they continue to have an interest in Loring and resume their efforts to establish something here? And I would say that in every case that would be true. There have been setbacks, complications, but the underlying interest is still there. And at some point, I expect most of them will, still have life. Interestingly, there have been a couple of things that have presented themselves as a result of COVID or during the COVID crisis. And so we're working on some other projects that we didn't even know about a year ago. So, and with that, I'd be happy to follow up with any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions for Mr. Flora? Thank you very much for presenting. Representative Bernard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And good morning, Carl. Good to see you.
Good
Carl,
morning.
there was the question earlier regarding whether or not the federal government pays for any of the infrastructure cost because of DFAS, for example, that they're there. And I'm just wanting to clarify what the history was. Did they ever pay for infrastructure, or is that something newer?
They did. Early on, when those programs were just being established, there were some discussions. I was not even with the organization at the time, so this is information that has been relayed to me by others. But there were meetings with the two federal entities, DFAS and Job Corps, at the time, and we said, gee, you know, in view of where we are, and the fact that our host community, Limestone, is the village is 6 or 7 miles away. It's not going to be easy for us to provide municipal services unless you support us. And they agreed to, and we worked out an arrangement and an amount that would come from both DFAS. At the time, it was just over $200,000 a year, and they paid it through 2003 when someone in Washington, D.C. decided that it was an illegal payment and that they had to stop making it. So we fought that decision for years unsuccessfully, and bottom line is they occupy the facilities, but and they have the use of the common facilities without charge. They do. I will correct. Senator Jackson did talk about water. The one thing that they do pay for is water and sewer, but they don't pay anything to help us with road maintenance, plowing, and providing police, fire, ambulance, and things like that.
Thank you very much, Carl.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Flora? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Ms. Breton, is Kate Foy here to present? Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Very good.
Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the IDEA Committee. My name is Kate Foy, and I'm the Legislative Liaison for the Department of Economic and Community Development. I'm here to testify today on LD 22. The Department of Economic and Community Development is testifying in support of LD 22, and the department recognizes the challenge of rural economic development, and we believe that this legislation will offer a necessary bridge for the Loring Development Authority, necessary financial bridge for the Loring Development Authority. We look forward to working with Loring on executing a long-term redevelopment plan. And I thank you for your time. Happy to take any questions. I try never to take the full 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Let's see, Representative Pebworth.
Oh, you're muted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is this something that would be helpful going forward rather than just in response to COVID?
This is something we have supported in the past, but we've worked closely with the Loring Development Authority on a strategic plan and executing that. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic presented unforeseen challenges, and they've asked for some flexibility with these funds again, we look forward to working with the new board members and creating a more sustainable strategic plan, working with them on executing that so that this isn't something that needs to happen every single year.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. So Ms. Foy, so the base closed 26 years ago. That is a really long time. Why do we think something new is going to happen now? What has changed? What is there some kind of new thinking outside the box? Some new way of looking at economic development? This has been going on a really long time with limited success.
Sure, thank you for the opportunity. I think, you know, the economy has seen some ups and downs, and I think there's opportunities that were working to present themselves. Most recently, I was in a couple of meetings with Senate President Jackson around the distillery, and we were excited about some of the opportunities that were presenting themselves. I think that certainly we want to see a successful model up there. And it's, I can't speak to what previous administrations did and what the support or lack of support, I can't speak to that. I came in with this administration, so I know sort of what we feel like we could do to be helpful, and that there's some opportunities here, and that this is an important part of the community up in Limestone and in Aroostook County, an important part of their economy. So we feel that this needs some work, but we're here to support that work as we look forward to working with them and look towards economic recovery in the region and throughout all of Maine.
So were there significant brownfield issues there that have had to be cleaned up over time? Is that
I can't speak to that. I can't speak to. I don't know if Carl can speak to that. That I don't have an answer for.
We typically don't go back and forth, but for this very specific question, we'll do that. And
sorry,
Carl?
Senator Curry, it's hard to know when we're not all in the same room exactly how we're.
Yeah, Carl, you're welcome to answer that specific question. Go ahead.
The Air Force, even before they closed, initiated a major environmental cleanup effort. Loring did receive an NPL listing or designation, which helped them to access funding for the cleanup projects. In total, the last number I heard, and that was quite a few years ago, was that they had spent $160 million on the cleanup. All the surface soils were cleaned up. The only remaining contamination that is of issue is contamination that is in the groundwater that is tied up in bedrock. And it's not all areas of Loring, but it's certain areas. And so what they've done is installed a system of monitoring wells, and they're able to track the contamination plumes and make sure they're not moving anywhere. And over time, that they will be dissipating. So that's basically it. So in short, since we have a water treatment plan and nobody needs to access any groundwater for drinking water wells, we have not had any impediment created by the former contamination.
Thank you very much, sir.
And I'd just like to reiterate that these funds are already allocated. This is just offering some flexibility for the Loring Development Authority to respond to some challenging economic times. And certainly we want to be helpful with that, as again, it's an important economic driver in that area.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions. Ms. Breton, is there anyone else waiting to give testimony?
I do not believe so.
Excellent. Well, with no other testimony, we will close this public hearing for LD 22, and I will hand over the gavel to Representative Roberts for LD 7 and 20.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, my mouse was on my other monitor. It wasn't letting me unmute. Okay, so we are going to go here. We'd like to open the hearing for LD number 7, an act to expand the membership of the Board of Directors to the Maine International Trade Center. And Senator Curry, the floor is yours.
Representative Roberts and distinguished colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I am again Chip Curry, and I am the State Senator for Senate District 11, which includes the rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. I'm pleased to present to you LD 7, which seeks to expand the voting membership of the Board of Directors of the Maine International Trade Center. Additionally, I will be proposing an amendment requested by the Board of Commissions office that helps to simplify the process of composing the Board of Directors. The president of the Maine International Trade Center, as well as his board chair, are available today to support the bill and the proposed amendment and to answer any questions you may have. You're welcome. I would be happy to answer any questions, but you may want to wait until they speak in order to get the best answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Let's see, we have, what do we have for here? Ms. Breton, do we have Mr. Merritt here to testify? Yeah, keep again.
Good morning. Making sure I'm not a cat. Thank you.
Yep, you're all set.
Thank you, Representative Roberts. Thank you, Senator Curry and members of the committee. It's my pleasure to be back before you today to speak on behalf of LD 7, which seeks to make some modest changes, I would say, to the voting membership of the Board of Directors of the Maine International Trade Center. As Representative Roberts and Senator Curry mentioned, I'm also joined, followed by Carl Spang, who serves as our current board chair. At the present time, MITC has 12 voting board members, as it was originally established in our statute. 7 are elected from our dues-paying membership, and 5 are appointed by the governor, with the qualifications that those appointed members must have international business or professional experience. One of the 5 appointed directors is the Director of International Trade at DECD. As you may recall from my introduction to the committee, I actually hold both of those positions by statute, President of MITC and Director of International Trade. One of the 5 appointed directors must be the Director of International Trade at DECD. We also have 2 additional but non-voting ex officio members that are named in statute. The state directors of our federal partners, the U.S. Department of Commerce and the U.S. Small Business Administration. I mentioned these 14 positions were established in our original statute in 1996, and we're only able to make changes to those by legislative action. So this bill makes 3 changes to the statutory makeup of the board. It would expand the number, of elected seats from 7 to 10. It would create an additional ex officio seat for the president of MITC, and it would eliminate the requirement that one of the 5 appointed directors be the Director of International Trade at DECD. I'll talk about the expansion in a minute. That one I think is a little bit easier to get your head wrapped around. But I'm going to make first a couple of words about the ex officio language and why we're proposing a change. This is the change that the governor's office requested through boards and commissions. And we're obviously supportive of that. So this is a bit complicated, but try to stay with me. Though I typically introduce myself as president of the Maine International Trade Center, I actually hold two positions, which is president of MITC and DECD's Director of International Trade. By law, I am appointed to be DECD's International Trade Director by the governor. I'm subject to Senate confirmation, and I serve at the pleasure of the governor. Also in statute, the DECD International Trade Director is made president of MITC, subject to a vote of the MITC Board of Directors. And then finally, if this wasn't confusing enough, the DECD International Trade Director is also a member of MITC's board. This sets up a potentially difficult situation where the governor might nominate someone to hold the DECD position, but the MITC board may refuse to accept them as president. In the current statute, this would result with the DECD position being put on the board of an organization that just had rejected their candidacy as president, which, needless to say, might create a difficult situation around the boardroom table. Under the new language, it is the MITC president and not the DECD staff member who holds the board seat. And in the above scenario, the seat would remain open until such time as the president's role was filled. It's complicated, I know. If I could draw a picture, I would.
Mr. Merritt, given the complexity of this bill, I understand. So I'll give you another 30 seconds to wrap it up. Does it sound
good.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, in actual effect, it actually changes very little. I'm a member of the board already. It just changes which role carries the board membership. As for expansion, it's my desire, you'll hear this from the board chair, that we expand the number of seats and able to address some board makeup issues that have evolved over time. It's our priority to make sure that the board be more representative of the state as a whole, but to do so in a way that doesn't require current members to resign. We believe that a modest expansion plus attrition and replacement will get us to that goal. And I will stop there. My apologies, Representative Roberts. I was not paying attention to the time. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Merritt? Representative Hepworth.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Merritt. Can you tell us a little bit about the desired diversity that you're looking to add with those increased positions?
Certainly. That actually was the next thing I was going to talk about. So thank you for the question. At present, we are at present in analyzing our board makeup. Only 2 of our 12 voting members are women, and just 4 of 16, that would include the non-voting and the kind of ex officio membership. This has not been a traditional area of weakness. It's something that's sort of evolved over time, but it is something that we want to make sure that we address in short order. I do want to note that our staff makeup is opposite of that. 7 of our 10 staff members are women, but the representation on the board is not where I think we would like it to be. The other big issue for us, as an organization that strives to be statewide in its scope, just 2 of 11 Maine-based voting members have their place of business outside Cumberland County. Both of them are from the Bangor area. This is something that is definitely a priority for me as well, to make sure that all areas of the state are being represented. We've taken some steps on our end. We've made some changes to our bylaws to address this, but we felt that the board expansion would really kind of help facilitate that process and kind of move it along. Thank you.
Representative Andrews.
There. Basically, the crux is that we're going from 7 elected plus 5 to 10 elected plus 5.
Yeah, yes, that is correct. That is correct. We're going from 7 to 10 and 5 appointed, and creating a new seat, which would put me in it, as opposed to being one of the 5 appointed.
I'm looking at the bill language now. I don't see additional seat in there. I might be missing.
Representative Andrews, I think that's in Senator Curry's amendment language.
Oh, the amendment. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. My pleasure. Thank you for the question.
Representative Bailey, did you have your hand up? Are you all set?
I'm good.
Okay. Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Representative Roberts. Are these positions, how long are they held for?
So these are 3-year terms. They are, and board members may serve 3 of them. So for a total of 9 years on the
Okay,
board.
and is there remuneration?
No, there is not.
All right, so you already have a limit on how long to serve, staggered terms, but you feel like you could get to the diversity you're looking for faster by increasing from 7 to 10.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Representative Andrews, did you have a follow-up or? Oh, you're good. Okay. Representative Austin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does that, I'm just doing the numbers, does that keep you with an odd number when you add in those? It looked like you, if you got into a tie vote, what is that covered on any motion?
Thank you for the question. No, this will actually bring us to an even number of 16. I will say that we do have, I believe, would have to go back and look, we do have a process for breaking ties within the board. But historically, the board has acted very much in a consensus manner. It is very, very rare that the board would be finding itself taking a vote that would have a huge, that would have a lot of divisiveness in it. Board Chair and I will certainly look at the bylaws, Representative Austin, to make sure that we have a satisfactory way of breaking ties, even if that meant that I would recuse myself from the votes and make sure that we were at 15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does the committee have any further questions for Mr. Merritt? Seeing none, thank you for Mr. Merritt.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Mr. Spang. And Ms. Olson, is Samantha Warren in the waiting room to be brought in?
No, she's not.
Okay, we'll wait and see then. Mr. Spang, you're all set.
Thank you. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, members of the committee. It's my pleasure to come before you today and represent the MITC Board of Directors in support of LD 7. As Wade mentioned in his testimony, the proposal to expand the number of MITC board members springs from our desire to have more diversity in business and geographic representation. As internet-based sales and marketing tools have now enabled even the smallest businesses to reach customers beyond our international borders, the Trade Center's mission and services have become increasingly important for business development in Maine. And the expansion of our board members will provide the Trade Center with the opportunity to better understand the needs of businesses from all areas of Maine and to better serve them. The Trade Board of Directors is committed to Maine's economic and community development. The path ahead has many challenges. Strengthening the Trade Center Board will strengthen the organization and its ability to help Maine businesses navigate new waters towards new markets and economic growth. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony in support of LD 7, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Spang. Sure. Does the committee have any questions? Seeing none.
Got off easy.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Spang.
Sure.
And Ms. Breton, do we have Samantha Warren on yet?
No, we do not.
Okay. Are there any others signed up to testify? Or anyone in the waiting room, Ms. Breton, that's looking to testify on this bill?
Nobody has indicated they want to testify on this bill who's in the waiting room.
Okay, perfect. Okay, having received testimony of all those present today, I will now close the public hearing on LD number 7. And we will move right into opening the hearing for LD number 20, an act to provide for the 2021 and 2022 allocations of the state ceiling on private activity bonds, sponsored by Senator Curry. Senator Curry, the floor is yours.
Thank you. For Representative Roberts, distinguished colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee of Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, Business. Again, my name is Chip Curry. I'm State Senator for District 11, representing all of Waldo County, and I live in Belfast. And I'm pleased to sponsor this bill on behalf of the Finance Authority of Maine and the various state issuers of private activity bonds. This bill establishes the allocation of the state ceiling on issuance of federal tax-exempt bonds for calendar years 2021 and 2022. It does not involve any general obligation, bonding, or other responsibility on the part of the state, but rather federal bond cap allocation authority. These bonds help spur economic activity at no cost to the state. The bill allocates use of the federal ceiling on tax-exempt bonds, which may in turn provide lower mortgages, student loans, and business financing for Maine people. Representatives of FAME and Maine Housing, two of the private activity bond issuers in the state, are available today to support the bill and answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Does the committee have any questions for Senator Curry? Seeing none. Next up, we have William Norbert from FAME.
Good morning.
Norbert.
Good morning. Thank you, Representative Roberts, Senator Curry, distinguished members of the IDEA Committee. My name is Bill Norbert. I am the Governmental Affairs and Communications Manager at the Finance Authority of Maine. I live in Brunswick, and I'm here to speak in favor of this bill. First, we want to thank Senator Curry for sponsoring it. All of the private activity bond issuers do. This bill is presented annually on behalf of the various state private activity bond issuers. These include FAME, Maine Housing, the Maine Municipal Bond Bank, the State Treasurer. I think I've hit them all. And the rules for the use of bond cap are set forth in the Internal Revenue Code, and they're quite stringent. No state money is involved. And the state isn't on the hook for any of the bonds being issued, nor would the bill have any net effect on the state's general or moral obligation debt. Rather, these are tools to promote certain public benefits through private investment. And so we serve as conduits to better borrowing rates than other borrowers might be able to obtain. And that is why folks use this. We can lower the costs and we can help stimulate public benefits. So this bill establishes the allocations of the state ceiling for the next 2 years. This happens every year. The various bond issuers get together in advance and we dole up what we think we're going to need for that year. So we're all in unanimous support of this bill. In the case of FAME, we're authorized to issue certain tax-exempt bonds for the benefit of certain not-for-profit manufacturers, for-profit manufacturers, I mean to say, nonprofit organizations, solid waste companies. We can also issue bonds for alternative private student loans. The other private bond issuers use the bonds to provide lower cost mortgages for housing. You'll hear that from Mr. Merrill or Mr. Jurgensen from Maine Housing, and other business financing for Maine people. I've submitted a graph to show you how the cap has been used over the years, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norbert. Does the committee have any questions for Mr. Norbert? Seeing none. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
And up next, we have Peter Merrill with Maine Housing. Mr. Merrill, you're up.
Thank you, Representative Roberts, Senator Curry, members of the IDEA Committee. My name is Peter Merrill. I'm Deputy Director of the Maine State Housing Authority. I won't tell you who we are. We submitted with our testimony a small brochure that explains who we are and what we do. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them about that. We use the bonds to provide mortgages for first-time home buyers and to create affordable apartments. With an overheated real estate market, these tools are more important than ever. We are currently in a moment where affordable housing construction, which has been a legislative priority for years, is starting to come online. In 2019, we saw 191 new affordable apartments. 2020, it was 301. This year, with projects now under construction, we expect 550 new units to be completed. 2022, we hope to get to 750. Our overall goal is to get to 1,000. The rising trend is not simply a coincidence. It's a reflection of the various tools and policies made available to us by both the federal government and by you. When we say that we use private means for public purposes, this is exactly what we're talking about. When we're at ribbon cuttings, and we thank you for giving us the tools that allow us to help Maine citizens, this is exactly the sort of thing we're talking about. So thank you for your consideration of the bill, and we appreciate your support and interest.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Representative Roberts. Can you walk me through the unallocated state ceiling? How money ends up at that level, 161 million, ends up being unallocated, and then how it's used in future allocations?
Sure, happy to do that. What we do is the legislature allocates the bonds, which is what this bill does. And each bill, we come before you every year, and each bill does two things. It allocates an initial allocation for 2022. It makes adjustments for 2021. And each, as Mr. Norbert suggested, each of us sits down, that we all sit down together in December when the legislature is out of session. We're authorized to reallocate any necessary, any of the unauthorized cap. And we discuss who needs what for the following year and for the next year out. So we don't take any more than we need, and we reallocate as necessary. If that's clear. If that's not, I apologize. But the unallocated, as you notice on Mr. Norbert's chart, if you go back to 2020, 100% of the bond cap is allocated. One of the reasons that we leave some out, you can only use it in the year in which it's awarded, with two exceptions. One is education and the other is housing. So at the end of the year, we sit down and generally see what FAME needs for its education things and what we need for our housing, and we divvy that up and we just move it into the next year. After 3 years, it completely expires.
So given the desperate need for housing, how is it we have so much unallocated? How has it happened that we haven't used it?
Because if all we needed to do was lend money out at an advantageous interest rate, we'd be doing it all day long. We'd spend it all. We'd be thrilled. Unfortunately, if you build affordable housing, it takes more than just borrowed money. You need to have subsidy. Last year, for instance, the legislature created a state low-income housing tax credit that provides subsidy for us. Every year, we receive money in the home fund. We receive part of the real estate transfer tax. That money is used for subsidy to help create the apartments. So we can't do it with, and we have a federal low-income housing tax credit also. So we can't do it just on lending alone. Otherwise, we'd be going great guns and be very happy.
So is what you're saying is that we provide Maine Housing and FAME with enough money to loan, but the state and the feds haven't matched it in terms of the subsidies needed to move housing forward?
That's fair.
Okay, thank you.
I will say that we are doing better and more every year. And thanks in large part, and I just can't say this often enough, our thanks to the legislature for the tax credit last year.
Representative Collmore.
Just to clarify, this is more of a housekeeping thing than anything else, correct?
Correct. The federal law requires the legislature to allocate the bonds that are given to the state.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Merrill? Seeing none. Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Merrill.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your support.
Ms. Breton, are there anyone else in the waiting room wishing to testify on this bill?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Having received testimony from all those present today, I now close the hearing on LD 20. That being said, we are going to take a brief break where parties can caucus, and we will come back online at 11 to start work session.
Representative Austin, did you want to turn off your camera?
If you'd like, Representative Austin, I think I can do it from here.
Thank you.
Ms. Breton, if we may have to remember to turn it back on. I'm not sure if we turn it off, if we have to give permission or invite her when we come back on.
Okay.
So,
and your interpreter will be here at 11 for
yes.
LD 18.
Yes, we will shift to that. Thank you.
Yep. They're taking a break until 11.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure that I could get in. Thank you.
Yep, I just thought I'd let you know.
Thanks, Jody.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. Hi, Julia.
Hello.
It's Jody Breton. They are taking a break until 11, so I just want you to know.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Representative Bailey, I think your microphone is on.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We're gonna. Let's see. We begin the committee work session, and we are going to start on LD 18. And that is an act to clarify the American Sign Language interpreters licensing laws. And I'm going, before we get started, I just want to check in with Ms. Breton. Typically we would be able to just see who's in the room. Can you tell me who is any of the attendees that were wanting to be in the room for this meeting?
I believe in
for this work session.
Attendees link, you have Ms. Hawk, Ms. Shepard-Cagle, Ms. Nolan, Ms. Trice-Gill, and I have already had to promote Mr. Morrow.
Okay, so all of, and why did you have to promote him?
To see the interpreter.
Ah, yes. Thank you very much. Yes, that works. I understand. Thank you all very much. Let's see. So we're taking on committee bill number LD 18, an act to clarify the American Sign Language interpreter licensing laws. And we will start. So the format here is we are going to start with our analyst summary. And I believe we should have, all the committee members should have received the analyst summary last night at about 9 p.m. from Ms. Olson. And I will give the floor to you, Ms. Olson.
Great, thank you. Yes, you should have received the bill analysis from me. I'm hoping you received it this morning and not last night. I hope everyone else was not at their workstation. And then it's also posted on the committee webpage under the materials section as well. So if anyone did not receive the email or cannot locate it, you should be able to also find it under the committee materials page, under the materials for LDs, and then under LD 18. Okay. Are there any questions or concerns about finding it? Okay, great. All right, then we'll start with LD 18, an act to clarify the American Sign Language licensing laws. This bill amends the components of the conditional interpreter and conditional deaf interpreter license requirements. Previous legislation, Public Law 2019, Chapter 284, was structured in a manner that provided that an individual applying for conditional licensure must only document one of 4 possible options related to education and training. This bill separates the 2 elements, one part related to education requirements and a second part related to knowledge exams, and requires individuals to show that they have met one of the 2 options for education and one of the 2 options for knowledge exams. It also adds a definition of conditional license within the definition section of the statute. If you have the bill analysis in front of you, I have identified a few potential issues or technical problems, which I'm happy to go through, and a few of the components of the information requests. You should, I'm in an attempt to make this work in a virtual platform. You don't have your papers in front of you. I have embedded hyperlinks within the document to many of the materials that are referenced in the bill analysis. Hopefully those worked. I did check them last night to make sure that when I converted it to the PDF, that they worked, but I do know that it could glitch and not work. So please let me know if you need to access any of them. And you'll have to forgive me. This is my first bill analysis with everyone. So if you do have questions or you would like me to cover something that I haven't, please don't hesitate to ask. I have the chat open, so I should be able to see hands as needed. Senator Curry, would you like me to go through the technical issues at this time?
Please.
Okay. Identified 4. This is based off of the reading discussions with Mr. Seneft, who is our legal reviewer as well, and points made throughout testimony. So the first one is just to acknowledge that if this bill is enacted, the alternate educational pathway option for those holding a limited license would be extended to include those holding such a license on the effective date of this new law. Currently, only those holding the license on the effective date of the prior law have the alternate pathway option. The second issue or problem, possible potential, is that the definition for conditional license under Section 1 repeats the requirements that are outlined in Section 1524-C. This could lead to potential or future conflicts in law if Section 1524-C is amended in the future, because you'd want to make sure to go back and also amend the language in the definition section. So this could cause potential issues in a future situation. So one way to avoid those kind of potential issues is in your definitions section to refer to the statute with the requirements that are listed for conditional license rather than restating those conditions within the definition. And I do have some possible language that we could look at to do that. The third point, according to the Center for Assessment of Sign Language Interpretation, known as CASLI, which administers the knowledge exams for the Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf Incorporated, also known as RID, administers the exams for certification. There are no longer 2 separate knowledge exams. So there used to be an NIC and a CDI knowledge exam. Instead, now there is just the CASLI generalist knowledge exam. That's a recent change. It actually looks like there's a little transition period for people who took the first exam, a sort of a bridge process. But moving forward, they're only administering the one generalist knowledge exam. And you'll notice that the statute refers to the 2 separate knowledge exams that they offered previously. And then the last note is that according to Gallaudet University, who delivers and evaluates the interview, the American Sign Language Proficiency Interview, scores for that are issued on a 0 to 5 rating scale. And you can receive a score with a plus. So for example, 3+, but not a 0.5. And in current statute, we actually refer to it as 3.5, which is an inaccurate description of how the score is issued. Additionally, the score is an issued score. They don't issue pass-failing scores. Theirs is based on your proficiency level, so a 0 to 5 proficiency level, and not necessarily a pass-fail. Agencies and organizations that hire and use this interview as a criteria for hiring or for credentialing set their own passing scores. And so that's just a language note because we use the phrase to pass the interview in statute. If there are any questions, I can take them now. And of course, we have other individuals who can answer questions that are specific and detailed.
Can you address the last part?
Oh,
wait a
yes.
minute. Yeah, why don't you address the last part and then we'll go
Sure.
to questions.
We had a question during the public hearing related to whether the statute would prevent parents of deaf children from getting a conditional license because they do not have formal education. According to current statute, to be licensed as a certified interpreter or certified deaf interpreter in Maine, you have to show proof of valid certification by the Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf Incorporated. And according to their website, in order to obtain certification, you have to have at least a bachelor's degree in any major. This is a new change for people receiving CDI certification. The change to a bachelor's degree from an associate's degree begins in May of this year. And then under this bill, the education component for conditional license is an associate's degree or higher in American Sign Language interpreting, or deaf studies.
So Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Olson, I don't know if I can frame it. You mentioned the bridge, and from, was it one form of testing to another? That was right at the end before we, and it was a little bit vague about what the time frame, how long that bridge lasts. Do you have that?
Yes, I can answer that. So CASLI administers the exams for the Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf. So they're the exam administrators. They have introduced this new generalist knowledge exam. Previously, you took a separate knowledge exam for NIC certification and a different separate exam for CDI. So, and then you would go through a further process of gaining, I think it's education and knowledge, but there are further steps. And then you would take another exam, I think it's an interview or performance-based exam later. So there are some individuals who have already taken the two separate knowledge exams. So they're in the pipeline, they're in the process of certification. And so it's helping those groups of individuals meet the requirements to finish the process. Anyone who's entering the certification process at this time would take the new generalist exam.
So basically, the time frame is to be able to roll those folks out of the tunnel?
Yes. And the change, that bridge that's taking place with the CASLI exam doesn't really impact our statute in the long run. The big reference here is that we're referring to a very specific exam by title. And as those exams change, which we're noting here, this can cause problem in statute when we've specifically referred to an exam or an organization. And ways that we could avoid that can be adapted into language by referring to it without actually naming it. So that we could address this without having to use a specific name.
Just one last question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The progression from associate to I don't know if it's a BA. Did we do that just 2 years ago, or do you have a time frame when that? I think I remember that. But do you have any idea?
I do not have that off the top of my head, but I can find out for you.
I think it's probably not critical.
I believe Mr. Seneff may know, as he was the committee member analyst last session.
Yes, it was 2 years ago.
Okay. And we gave them, the time frame ends in May. This May, anybody that's not in the pipeline now, the transition from associate to full degree, is that the one that had the May deadline? Or there's no more? Help me. Can he hear me?
Yes. We're actually referring, I think we're crossing lines here. We're talking about two different things.
Okay.
I believe that 2 years ago, the Maine legislature made a change from associate to bachelor's degree. And again, I see Sam shaking his head. I wasn't here, but it appears from what I've read in testimony is that that change 2 years ago was made to reflect changes on the national level. And then I was referring to the change on the national level that I think we were modeling or that we were anticipating in our changes 2 years ago.
Okay, so Sam, if I may, I do recall that, but I'm just wondering, did we give any room for the folks that were maybe caught in between the 2 degrees? I don't know. I don't remember the language. No, maybe there wasn't any.
If possible, I'd love to ask that of the department. They might know
Yes.
more specifically than I do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do see that there's a couple more questions, but I do know that Ann Head is with us and might be able to answer some of these questions as well. So I'm going to ask her to join us. And this is for those of us who are new into the committee format. This is a work session, but we are able to invite people that can bring us expertise and to invite them to answer some of these questions to help us through it. So Commissioner Head, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Curry. I hope you can hear me. Actually, the person who can answer these questions very quickly is Jennifer Hawk, the administrator for this program. And I know she's on the docket today to speak on this bill. So I was wondering if you might allow me to defer to Jennifer.
I'd be happy to. If we can invite Ms. Hawk in. Welcome, Ms. Hawk. There you are.
Hello. Sorry. Thank you. I had raised my hand before. I was only seeing one person at a time in the screen. Sorry. Not tough. So the way the law was written is the conditional license is a way for somebody to graduate with their associate degree and gain experience while they're also working towards that bachelor's degree, which is what is required by RID in order to become nationally certified. Does that help, Representative Austin?
Yes, it does. I just could not remember the parameters if we were giving time, but you've addressed the time factor, so thank you.
Before we go on with the question, I just want to clarify where we are. And I think this question is to Ms. Hawk. This started out, it felt like a bill to correct the lack of an and rather than an or. And it seems like the questions from the analysts have gotten and some testimony have kind of made it potentially bigger. What is your take on that? And what are your thoughts about how the committee should, what recommendations does the department have about how to proceed here?
So my recommendation would be to continue on with this bill as it was submitted. Ms. Shepard-Cagle has met with myself previously, and she did bring her concerns up that she had, and I think they are valid. But for the purpose of this bill, I would recommend that we just complete it, and then we can have another bill submitted in the future to address all the other concerns. I know that the analyst had mentioned about the knowledge exams, that it's changed the generalist exam. This also, the way it's worded now, would also allow somebody who had taken the exam under the previous name to still be considered. We would be able to accept that exam rather than say, well, you need to take the generalist or go to RID and have RID explain why this exam should be accepted in place of the generalist one, if that makes sense, the way I'm explaining it.
Representative Pebworth, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was thinking after listening to our analyst that
I'm going to interrupt you for just a second. Ms. Breton, I've been informed that that those watching the live stream can only see one speaker at a time. Can you shift to gallery view?
I've done that. I had pinned the interpreter so that the people in the gallery could see the interpreter larger.
I see. I think that had it shifting off of the interpreter as I
Okay.
understand it. So I just want to make sure that this is still working.
Yes, it is, and it's in gallery view now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, sir. I was thinking to recommend that we take our analyst suggestion referring to statute rather than restating, fixing the generalist issue now, fixing the issue that the language issue of scoring versus proficiency. My inclination would be to do as much as we can now. These seem like language changes rather than issues to reconsider.
Representative, so were you trying to ask a question with that or just making your case? It's okay, either one. This is a work session. Either one's fine.
And I guess my question is, what are the drawbacks to that approach? I mean, before we heard from Ms. Hawk, I was going to ask Ms. Olson if she had language drafted that we could look at and move forward in that way.
Ms. Hawk, what is the drawback to, like, if are some of these just keeping things current issues that make sense to fix, or are other parts of this consensus, there's no consensus as to how to formally go forward?
I'm not. Could you ask that again? Sorry, I'm thinking, and it's my first work session.
That's quite all right. And actually, I shouldn't be paraphrasing Representative Pebworth, so I will let Representative Pebworth say it again.
And I was being inarticulate, but here I go again. The analyst had suggested that at one point in the bill, we refer back to the statute rather than restating, just to keep things clear for the future. She brought up the issue of the CASLE generalist exam, and my question is, isn't it better to deal with that now if we know that the parameters of the situation rather than waiting that for another bill? And then the issue about scoring versus proficiency levels, again, seems like a small language change. And doesn't it behoove us to take care of all of those with what was a relatively simple bill?
Got it. I guess that's a good question for the analyst. I mean, the way it's worded now, where we're saying a national interpreter certification knowledge exam or a certified deaf interpreter, as recognized by the director. I understand that it's gone now to the generalist knowledge exam. So by having those names in the current statute, there's no way to accept the generalist knowledge exam without changing the wording. Is that what I'm hearing from you, Ms. Olson, or your recommendation is that we would need to do that?
Representative or Ms. Olson?
Okay, sorry, I lost my own box and I wasn't sure if I was unmuted. We could draft up some potential changes to that language and run it by the department. That's something that we'd also just want to check with the lawyers in the office just to make sure that would work. I do have some potential language regarding the definition section that I could share with you. I did speak with a legal reviewer about that before meeting today. And again, that's just so that we refer to the statute rather than referring to the specific requirements in the definition. I do have it. I could screen share it if you'd like.
There are a couple more people that have asked to be able to say something, and I'm wondering if it makes sense. And I'm going to look to Representative Bailey and Representative Hassenfuss. Can your questions hold for a second until we hear from the two other people that have asked to be able to say a couple things to the committee? And So I want to, this is for, I'd like to, Jody, if you could promote Professor Shepard Kegel. I think this is where kind of it started to get messier and or more interesting, or so I wanted to hear from Professor Shepard Kegel as to, just so that the committee knows the facts here. Professor Shepard Kegel, this is not our public hearing, but it's our work session, and so it's at the discretion of the chair, and we'd love to hear you share. You've been listening, I know. So in terms of the question of moving forward with this committee, what advice would you give?
My advice is to try to handle clarifications now. And my reason is a strong one. Not one hearing interpreter has qualified for conditional licensure since the new law came in. And a big piece of it is ambiguity, unclarity in the writing of the law. And there are, all the examples that have been given so far are valid. When Ms. Olson mentioned the scoring on the ASLPI, she talked about the fact that 3.5 doesn't exist. What we need to clarify is two things. One, that the equivalent of a mid-range on the ASLPI is a 3, not a 3+. That would be a mistake. If you go to their website, which in my testimony is there, you'll see it says 3.5 does not represent a midway point between two levels, but may be inferred to indicate that the examinee exceeds the requirement for a particular level, but does not satisfy all the requirements for the next. So I would say that a simple clarification in the law is to put at least a 3 there and not 3+ or 3.5. That's number one. I would also recommend, the law is a little bit mushy. We say you must, we've got the thing that you don't pass it. Every state sets its level, okay? But the law actually says an American Sign Language Proficiency interview. And one of the problems that licensees are reading is this the one and only American Sign Language Proficiency interview that holds that title? Or is any nationally recognized American Sign Language Proficiency interview valid? So for example, we have the SLPI, the Sign Language Proficiency Interview, the Sign Language Proficiency Interview ASL, that are equally accepted nationally by the American Sign Language Teachers Association as national exams, but they're not in our list. So can we interpret that broadly? And we need to know, because people are interpreting it as a specific exam. And I gotta tell you, that specific exam last year was off the books to be taken for 3 months prior to COVID, then off 6 months during COVID. It came up, and of the 2 years of graduates we have in our state, one person was able to take it, others were put on a waiting list, and they just got an announcement that test will only be given to people who are affiliated with Gallaudet for the next 5 to 6 months for the entire spring semester. So while it is a nationally recognized assessment, it is not a nationally available assessment, and it is driving our people out of the state in order to be able to work if they interpret that to mean only the ASLPI and nothing else. So I think that the vagueness is fine as long as you clarify that vagueness not to be that one test.
Thank you very much. I think I want to wrap up there, unless folks have questions for you, and I'd like you to stay here. And then also we did receive something from Mr. Terry Morrill, and so I'd like to give you an opportunity, Mr. Morrill, if you wanted to chime in on this.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. Good afternoon or good morning to the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak. We are in support of this bill, and Dr. Cagle, Shepard Cagle's concerns, we would also agree with those concerns and support whatever changes need to be made to clarify this bill so that it is effective and that we can continue with an effective licensure process for the state of Maine.
Mr. Morrow, can you state what organization you're with?
Yes, of course, and I apologize. My name is Terry Morrell. I am the director for the Division of the Deaf, Hard of Hearing, and Late Deafened, which is under the Department of Label. I'm also the supervisor of the Rehab Counselors for the Deaf with vocational rehabilitation.
Thank you very much. So, Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Procedurally, I'm not sure how exactly we do this, but my thoughts are we're getting pretty deep into this. And what I would like to see, and if one of our analysts could chime in as far as procedurally here, is to work with the suggestions that Ms. Olson has brought up and the department to come up with an amendment for this bill. And I don't know if we need a motion to table it until we come back with that.
I have a few hands. Let's see. Ms. Olson, can you respond to that?
Yes. I guess we can really approach this in two different ways, and procedurally, I can't necessarily answer the needing a motion or not, but you know, we could discuss these. The committee could orally agree to changes. I would take those down. You could vote. We'll draft them up, bring them back, and we can look at them on a language review. We could also hold a second work session, and I could bring back some drafted language for you guys to review at that point.
So we can move towards a tabling, and with the idea of coming back with get a verbal. This sounds like something we want to amend. Have you go prepare it and bring it back. That's a procedural possibility for how to move forward on this. I wanted to check in with two other folks who are trying to get recognized. Mr. Representative Bailey, you've been very patient.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to table it. One of the items for discussion either now or later is I'd like more information to understand it based on the questioning that Representative Austin and Representative Collmore had at the previous public hearing is understanding the academic requirements and why those exist and why they were, why a previous legislature or why the national standards exist from associate to bachelor's, and some more information and background on that would be really helpful for me. I know we're trying to fix a technical problem within Maine statute, but having a better grasp on that would be really helpful to me. If I could get that information, that'd be great.
I think that would be, so that's certainly something that we can try to get a stronger answer for now, since folks are on the call. I'm wondering who, if Mr. Morrell might be able to address that.
Hi, this is Terry Morrell speaking. I would refer this to be answered by somebody who represents the Maine Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf, or, I mean, I was not involved in these types of changes in terms of moving from an AA to a BA. I think that I will say, though, that the qualifications for what makes a good interpreter, I don't know whether Dr. Cagle or another representative from the Maine Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf would like to answer in more specific.
Thank you. My apologies. I put you with a different organization for a moment there. So, Commissioner Head, is that a question that you can respond to? I see that your hand is up.
I can. The only thing I wanted to say here was, number one, we would be happy to work with your analyst on the changes that have been suggested here today. I do want to make a comment that you're looking at a statute for a profession that apparently is very fluid in terms of its development. So, you know, to avoid having to come back to this committee every time something changes, it would be more advantageous, I think, to the regulated community if some of these changes could be made through the rulemaking process rather than having to come back and look at a very complicated statute every time one element of the profession and the preparation for it changes. So I just wanted to make that comment. I think we haven't made good use of the rulemaking process, but in this case, we would be very happy to look at your analyst's work and work collaboratively with Ms. Judy Cagle and the other people that we consult with on these changes. And I regret that the pandemic has caused disruption. This has affected all of our professions in a very, it's almost indescribable, the disruption that we've encountered and that we're trying to help our licensees with. So I will stop talking and just underscore that we are willing to do whatever the committee thinks is best. Thanks.
Thank you. And Representative Collimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is more geared toward those who already hold these licenses. I'm not seeing anything in there that would allow them to, if we change this language, to be grandfathered in should they already hold this. And that is my biggest concern, I think, with this, and in addition to addressing the concerns that have been brought up in the changes that happen frequently in this community.
Representative Hawks, you look like you can answer that question.
Me? Oh,
I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Hawk.
Whoa, representative. So what I wanted, just a little bit of background. So this program has always had two separate license levels. It started with a limited level license. And at that time, it was an associate degree was the requirement for the educational component. The limited license, the purpose of that was sort of like a stepping stone. It was a way for somebody to get into the interpreting field and work in the community, gaining those skills before they become nationally certified through the Registry of Deaf Interpreters, through RID. So during our advisory meeting, what we determined was there was the limited licenses were no longer valuable or no longer available. So we created the conditional license, which is for new grads to be able to get out there in the field, earn money while they're, learning those skills that they need that they don't get in the classroom necessarily before they take the national exam to become nationally certified. So RID is who has set that educational requirement, that level of degree that's required for a national certification. So what Maine did was we still kept the associate level degree with the knowledge, and those conditional applicants will have to have the bachelor's before they can become nationally certified. Mm-hmm. We also included an alternative pathway for those people who are currently still holding a limited license. We didn't eliminate them completely. We are no longer issuing a limited license at all. Those who hold a limited can continue to renew. They can also use that experience and the background that they have to show RID that they meet that educational requirement so that they can gain national certification. Did that help at all with the education question?
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
I think at this point, I would like to accept a motion to table this and with the charge to our analysts to work with the department and interested parties to bring amendments to this bill. Is there a motion? Would someone be willing to motion that? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion to table and request the analysts work with the department and Dr. Cagle to bring back an amendment with language discussed in a bill analysis on LD 18.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I think we need all in favor. And on this one, I assume we can just raise hands. Is that correct? We don't need to do a roll call on that. Looks like we have agreement on that. So, all right. So we will table this and move forward on it. Thank you all very much. I appreciate your participation.
And Senator Curry, the interpreters are going to be stepping off now if you're done with this issue.
We are done with this issue, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, I've lost my place, so I'm just getting the bills in front of me again. So that was the work session for LD 18. We'll now open up the work session for LD 11, an act to clarify the laws regarding reciprocity for licensure of professional engineers. And as licensure, my understanding is that Ms. Olson, you are going to be focusing on the licensure questions for this committee. So I think you are giving us our bill analysis.
Yes, I think you have me all day.
Okay, great. And I just want to make sure everyone knows where to find this. So if you're reading along, go to the IDEA committee, and then committee materials, meeting materials, and this is LD. Thank you. Tell me the number again.
18.
18, LD 18, and the bill analysis is what we're looking at.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
We're now on Bill 11, are we not?
Oh, sorry, 11. Yes, my apologies.
Bill 11. Thank you.
I hadn't switched my own page. So it's LD 11, an act to clarify the laws regarding reciprocity for licensure of professional engineers.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. This bill allows the State Board of Licensure for professional engineers to grant licensure to applicants who have been licensed in good standing in another jurisdiction with substantially equivalent qualifications to this state, if the applicant has been licensed for at least 8 years and has never been subject to disciplinary action. I've identified no technical issues to this. There were a couple of questions that were brought up during the public hearing, which I have provided some information on, and we do have Mr. Jackson with us as well, who can speak more, especially to the first question. The first question asked if there were any nuances about working as a professional engineer in Maine that is different from other states, and if anything, if there are any Maine specific areas of expertise that one would need to know to practice here. Mr. Jackson spoke to this during the public hearing. He is the executive director for the State Board of Licensure for Professional Engineers. He stated that generally the areas of expertise and knowledge are the same across the United States, that these are based on model laws and rules that are put forth by the National Council of Examiners for Engineering and Surveying. The council is made up of engineering and surveying licensing boards from across the United States, as well as territories and possessions. Some states do have variations for national standards, and the example provided and listed here, as you can find in statute, as an example, is Maine does have a pathway to licensure for individuals who hold a related science degree. So not necessarily an engineering or engineering technology degree, but a related science degree. I believe that Representative Austin, if we'd asked if we had had any attempts since 2013 to resolve this, The answer to that is yes, and I've included LD 1165 from the 128th first regular session. That was a much larger package addressing many sections related to licensing of engineers. Our current LD is based on section 8 of LD 1165, which is linked. Again, I hope that those links work. If they don't, I will certainly get these materials out to you in another way. The only substantive change between section 8 of LD 1165 and our current LD is to lower the requirements to 8 years from 10. LD 1165 was voted ought not to pass, which is why those changes haven't been addressed. Another question was, is the 8-year period as a licensed professional engineer used in other states? As we heard in the public hearing, this bill appears to be modeled on Idaho law, which uses the 8-year period, and I have included the Idaho statute. And then there was a expressed interesting question about helping foreign trained individuals be licensed more easily in the state. And I have included a list here from our pre-cloture list of legislator and department/agency bills of LRs that are related to the topic. And Mr. Jackson did include a memo as well, which you should have received in your emails as a follow-up to that specific question. The OFPR has done a preliminary impact statement. At this time, if there are no changes, fiscal note is not required. And I've included the language there related to the fiscal note.
Are there any questions for Ms. Olson? Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. The only question I have is just when I was reading through this, I saw that that in the opinion of the board, they may be licensed without additional qualifications, and that the board, giving due consideration to the public, that it includes the 8-year provision. Are those tied together? And is, in your opinion, is this statute clear enough to say that the board may issue license to a foreign, whether it's out of state or out of country engineer, but only if they have the 8 years?
I, not being a lawyer, would ask that I can have the legal reviewers look at that to answer that question more clearly.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure. And Mr. Seneft is our legal reviewer. He's on the call today, so he may be able to answer that.
Mr. Seneft.
I could see where there could be some ambiguity there. I think we could probably tighten up that language a little bit to make it foolproof. But I can see that.
So if we wanted to pass this today, procedurally, we could pass it with the idea that you were fixing that, and then it would just come back before us?
Yes. Yep. We bring it back on language review.
Okay. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yeah. And I just had one question for the group too. Do we think that 8 years is a sufficient number of years for professional engineers to transition to Maine? Is that a good number to have?
Are you asking just the group? Everybody?
Yeah, just for our thoughts on that.
Yeah. Representative Austin, were you responding to that, or did you have another question?
Well, it's a companionable question comment. I was going to ask Mr. Jackson if the fact that it's just Idaho, was there a reason why we and I hate to use the word copy, but went by their particular regulatory piece?
Can we invite Mr. Jackson in? Welcome, Mr. Jackson. Did you hear the question? Did you hear the question? Okay, great.
I heard Representative Hassenfuss's question and Representative Olson's question as well. So if I might, in terms of tightening the language, we're certainly willing to work with Mr. Seneft to craft that if there's a language other than the semicolon that's sufficient to link those together, we'd be happy to work on that language. The question about whether 8 years is sufficient. So if I might respond to that question, right now, if somebody is licensed in another state, according to the national standard, which is an engineering degree, 4 years of experience, and the 2 national exams, they can be licensed immediately. So somebody coming from another US jurisdiction who has met the national standard can be licensed instantly. And that's true whether their education was initially foreign or domestic. And that how we determine the equivalence of the education is that NCEES credentials evaluation. And so we actually, I do want to clarify, we do license a lot of foreign trained engineers already and regularly and without any additional time period. Where this comes in, this relates to people who didn't qualify under the national standard, but qualified under their own state with some slight variation. And with that 8-year period, we can be reasonably assured that they are at least minimally competent to practice professional engineering. And that's the reason why. We used Idaho because Idaho has this specifically in their statute because they are right next to Washington State. Washington State has no educational requirement in their statute. So somebody can become a professional engineer without a college degree in Washington State, simply based on their experience. That's one of those oddball additional pathways that individual states have. And because of that, Idaho created this pathway, but they wanted to be sure that the people coming from Washington were actually qualified. And so they said, you have to wait, you have to actually be licensed for 8 years so that we can be reasonably sure that you're minimally competent. And so we want to do the same thing for people who, for example, didn't take that initial fundamentals of engineering exam, or who were licensed in their own state under a licensing scheme that permitted them to be licensed with a 2-year degree instead of a 4-year degree. But in order to protect Maine citizens, we felt that it was necessary to have some period of time with actual licensure where they were, being overseen by their state, that they didn't have a problem before we should license them in Maine. And so for that reason, we initially said 10 years, but after discussing with the professional societies and engineering firms in Maine and then looking at the Idaho statute, we arrived at 8 years as the appropriate time.
1 second. Senator Searway, I think you're unmuted. Oh, maybe not. That's still happening. 1 second. Sorry for. There we go. So, I think we got that. Were you wrapping up?
I am done. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
If there are additional questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Representative Hassenfuss, did you still have your hand up?
Sorry, I just forgot to put it down.
Gotcha. Representative Collmore.
So that I clarify what you just said from me, if somebody already holds a PE at the national level of requirements, they can be accepted as a Maine PE holder right away. It's only people who have had locally received licensing to be a professional engineer that doesn't meet the national standard. Is that correct?
Right. If they have a particular version in their statute that for some reason doesn't meet the level of that national standard, like for example, Maine allows people with a related science degree, somebody with a biology degree or a chemistry degree with 8 years of experience under a licensed professional engineer, they can become licensed in Maine. And about half of the states allow somebody with that kind of a degree to become licensed. The other half won't ever let them be licensed. That's a unique licensure scheme that is not that national standard that allows for mobility and acceptance in every state.
Great, thank you very much.
Mr. Jackson, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So this kind of ties us to the licensure standards of all the other states and jurisdictions. Are there any really amazingly low standard states, that it doesn't take anything to become a licensed?
No.
Do we have to?
No, there aren't. But what some of the alternative pathways, though, are less rigorous. And so we just want, because when you say, okay, you can be licensed with, for example, Washington State, no degree and only X number of years of experience. And I do want to point out, New York State actually has that similar pathway. They just won't tell anyone about it because they don't want anyone to use it. So, but if you do that, then the question becomes, what's the quality of that person's experience and how do you quantify that? And so in order to measure accurately, we use the national exams. And so if somebody's using an alternative method, then we want to make sure that we are sure that they're actually competent. And so that additional, for those unique people, we want an additional time period under licensure in their state with no problems before we're reasonably sure that they can be licensed here. And I do want to be clear, that those who meet the national standard, they can be licensed very quickly. 2 or 3 days ago, we received the NCS record and the online application for somebody, and I was able to license them within 20 minutes. That's almost unheard of in the engineering field for somebody, state board to be able to license people that quickly, but we are able to, given the provisions in our statute, because they meet the standard, we can license them almost instantaneously. And so, we do a great job of that. And many foreign people come to us with an NCS record and meeting all of the standards of the national standard. But though for those who have a bit of a unique twist, we don't want to completely block their licensure. We want to give them an opportunity to prove themselves and then be able to be licensed.
Okay, thank you. Representative Hassenfuss, did you have another question or comment?
I did, Senator Curry. Thank you so much. And Mr. Jackson, there's a substantially equivalent section in there that says the board may license somebody from another state, another country, if they are substantially equivalent to the requirements of Maine. Is that put in there to safeguard against somebody coming from a jurisdiction that, maybe another country or something like that, Maine is not familiar with, but if they can evidence that, the requirements they meet are similar to Maine's, that would protect the public and the board would be able to license them in that situation. Is that what that's for?
Yes, it is. And the term substantially equivalent gives the board a little bit of flexibility so that if they're, almost there, then the board can say, yeah, that's close enough to the mark that we can see that they are actually minimally competent. And that's the point we have to remember, that this is minimal competence that we're licensing to and not the best standard of practice. we have to be reasonably sure that Maine people are going to be safe. And so that's the standard license. So I do want to point out, I talked about diploma privilege in my memo. There is one state in the United States, Wisconsin, that licenses engineers on a diploma privilege. So if you go to engineering school in Wisconsin, when you graduate, you are an engineer licensed in Wisconsin. No other state accepts that licensure. If you want to move to any other state, Michigan or North Dakota or Maine or California, you have to do all of the steps, the 2 national exams and the 4 years of experience that you would need to be licensed in any other state. But Wisconsin has that unique provision within their own state, but nobody else accepts that.
And one further question, Mr. Jackson, and that is the board going to have some sort of rules as far as what would qualify for substantial equivalence, or are they just going to kind of make it up on the fly? What's the safeguard that the board can put in place so that it's going to apply to everybody in a fair process?
Well, I think the determinant of substantial equivalence, there are legal parameters there. And so the Office of the Attorney General, who sits with the board at every single board meeting, would provide any guidance that the board needed to determine that they were, in fact, within the parameters of the statute.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other comments. Is the committee ready for a vote? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to LD 11, I would like to make a motion to pass as amended with the language tightening proposed from Representative Hassenfuss.
Is there a second? There is a second. Although, any further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll? And this is to pass, ought to pass, yeah, so as amended. Is the clerk here?
Sam.
Go ahead.
I just had to get my sheet, make sure to put ought to pass as amended. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews.
Yes.
Representative Andrews, yes. Representative Pepworth.
Yes.
Representative Pepworth, yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini, absent. Senator Seaway.
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Roberts. Oops. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 12 yes, 1 absent.
And just a reminder for everybody that the absent member, we have 2 days to get with the clerk and to register a vote. So that ends the work session on LD, and that was 11, LD 11. So thank you very much, and thank you for our guests who Mr. Jackson, thank you for coming.
Thank you, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. Thank you. Goodbye.
One second while we get set.
Senator Curry?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Realizing that there may be some discussion for this next LD 110, I've had a request within the caucus that we take a break and come back to work on this.
Excellent. That'd be great. We'll go ahead and take a break. And Representative Bernard, give me a call when your caucus is ready.
Thank you. So should this be a lunch break?
I'm thinking we might be able to go through this faster than that. So if we could take a caucus break, we'll go ahead and do it. And then if we find it's longer, and we'll take a break after that.
Okay, as far as I'm concerned, 10 minutes is fine then, and we'll come back in 10.
That'd be great. 10 minutes.
Thank you so much.
While we're taking a break, did we do any other votes before this?
We did a vote for the second bill. The first vote we voted to table. So and that was the vote on that was let's see.
LD 18.
LD 18 we voted to table, and there were a number of amendments that were being prepared for that.
Okay, that's it.
That's it. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll reconvene at 12:30 or return after the break.
Are we doing coffee, Sarah, one day next week or something? I can't remember. Are we emailing about that? And if so, there could be an email in my inbox and I just haven't dug through to that point yet.
I'll send you a text offline.
Okay, sounds good.
But of course, now I want coffee.
Yeah.
Coffee time, right?
I went into Portland yesterday. I remembered how to get there despite COVID, and I stopped at a Starbucks, and it was magical.
Oh, you're on mute,
You're on mute, Senator.
Senator Searway. Oh. There you are.
Senator Searway has a Starbucks in his town. He's from a big city.
Yeah. Yeah, at Tim Hortons, and we got Starbucks, and we got the whole works
You
here.
got all kinds of choices.
Yeah, we got Tim Hortons in Clinton and Starbucks in Waterville.
Yep.
On the Blue Hill Peninsula, we like to have those locally roasted coffee beans. So we have Buckland Coffee, we have 44 North, although we do have a Dunkin' Donuts now.
Oh, yeah. I used to pick up a can for Bill Diamond all the time and bring him to Augusta for him, for Tim Hortons, because that's his favorite. So.
What's that wine shop in Blue Hill? There's a nice wine shop there? What's that?
Oh,
place?
yeah, there is.
We call it the Blue Hill Wine Shop.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay.
So good.
Hmm.
Fancy cheeses, really interesting Italian products.
Ready for lunch.
I think we're getting ready to get back in. I'm waiting to see all the members. And as we all navigate this technology, I think one goal in the back of our minds is, I just don't want to become a meme. So
I am not a cat.
I am not a cat.
But I'm ready to proceed. I am not a cat.
So excellent. All right, just checking. We'll open up our work session. We'll begin the committee work session on, let's make sure I have the right one in front of me. And it is, I don't have the right one in front of me.
Senator Curry?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm getting a message from Representative Austin saying, can you let me in?
She's not in the attendee room. Ms. Breton, can you email the link back to Representative Austin?
I can do that.
I wonder if she's gone into another room. A different link.
I'm checking with her and letting her know that you're going to email the link back to her via legislative email.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Excellent. So we'll begin. We'll begin the committee work on for our work session for LD 110, an act to clarify prepayment requirements in home construction contracts. And Ms. Olson, are you presenting on this, or yes, you are.
I am.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. This is LD 110, an act to clarify prepayment requirements in home construction contracts. This bill clarifies the requirement that a contractor obtain informed consent from a homeowner or leasee in the event the initial down payment for a construction project is more than 1/3 of the total contract price. The bill requires a contractor to set forth a waiver from the requirement that an initial down payment not exceed 1/3 of the total contract price in writing on a separate page included in the contract, signed by both the homeowner or leasee and the contractor. The bill also requires that the waiver document clearly state the initial down payment amount due. Identified one potential issue or technical problem Again, this is sort of about tightening language that we've talked about previously today. In 1489, paragraph 2, we may want to consider looking at the wording to make clear that the homeowner or leasee, excuse me, that the homeowner or leasee and the contractor both sign the same page, waiving the prepayment maximum provision, and that the page is a separate document, excuse me, from the remainder of the contract. It could be read to read that they're signing 2 separate pages, one the contractor signs and one that the homeowner or leasee signs. There were a few information requests, and you should have received in your emails a number of documents related to these information requests. Again, I've attempted to link them here. Please let me know if the links are not working. This was a first attempt at that. So
thus far, all the links I have tried have been working.
Okay, good.
So.
I'm coming from a Google world myself, so it's adjusting is fun.
I'm on Mac and none of the links are working.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little worried that it might be an issue across platforms. So I will explore more of this and make sure to try to figure out a way to make sure these materials are more easily accessible for everyone, other than just in your emails. The first information request that we had were how many cases have been reported to the Attorney General's office in the past couple of years related to construction prepayments. The AG's office provided a spreadsheet of contractor complaints from 2018 to 2020. That Excel spreadsheet included just over 2,000 complaints, I think 2,004 complaints, excuse me, about various businesses. Those are not specifically related to prepayments. They do include other complaints, but as was noted in the email from the sponsor, if you looked at the notes section of that spreadsheet, you'd be able to find information about what the complaint was. There was an additional spreadsheet included specifically about Castle Builders, as when I've provided 2 links to news articles that the sponsor shared here on the bill analysis related to that company and the complaints related to that company. That spreadsheet I did not include in the bill analysis. It had some information that I wasn't sure should be necessarily publicly available. It had names and telephone numbers, but you should have that in your emails. There was a question on how this bill would be implemented. And according to the sponsor, this would require a separate document that must be signed by both the homeowner or leasee and the contractor in order to waive the 1/3 maximum prepayment provision that's outlined in Title 10, Section 1487, Paragraph 5. That separate document would inform the homeowner or leasee of the right to pay no more than 1/3 of the contract price as an initial down payment, and it would clearly state the amount that was due as the initial payment. Who's responsible for policing or enforcing this provision? As stated in the rest of that section, this would be a violation of the Unfair Trade Practices Act, Title 5, Chapter 10. A violation is a civil violation with penalties payable to the state of up to $1,000. Consumers can also file a lawsuit. And in the language that should be included in that written contract, there are options that consumers can use if they have a complaint. You don't have to choose to use them, but you can before filing a lawsuit, and those do include things like arbitration and mediation. But of course, a lawsuit is an option as well. The Attorney General's website offers information to both consumers and contractors related to the contract and your options for filing a complaint and how to pursue a complaint. The Consumer Protection Division of the Attorney General's office deals with questions and complaints related to home construction contracts, and they offer free voluntary consumer mediation service. There was a question related to who would be responsible for generating this contract or this additional waiver form. Again, the Attorney General's office puts out a consumer law guide, in this case, Chapter 17 on home construction and repair, Section 7, offers a model home construction contract that is free and available for use by both consumers and contractors. And there was a question as well about whether the amount that requires a written and signed contract has changed in the past. And the answer to that was yes. In 2003, the amount was raised to $3,000 from $1,400. So you, prior to 2003, if the contract amount was over $1,400, you were required to have the written contract, and that was increased to $3,000 in 2003. I can answer any questions that you may have. And I believe we do have a few people with us today who can also speak to this.
Any questions? Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Olson, for that breakdown for us. My first question would be, how many construction projects of at least $3,000 or more are actually done in the state of Maine? And then a follow-up to that, a percentage or an exact number of how many of those projects result in a complaint specific to this issue.
Representative Collmore, could you repeat your second question for me, just to make sure I have that accurately?
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm wondering, out of how many projects are done at that $3,000 or more level, exactly how many of those result in complaints based off of this issue? That thing that was sent to us had a lot of different issues, and when you briefly look through it, it looks like it's very minimal.
I don't have the specific details for that, but I can reach out to the Attorney General's office to help get clarification on those two questions.
Great, thank you. I would really appreciate that.
Other questions for our analyst? I have a question. What is the, so if a, you know, I think we heard testimony that there was often projects that are over $3,000 that don't have contracts with them. And if there is a dispute that happens after that, where does that go? Is that an automatic penalty? I mean, is that a fine that can be levied against the contractor or the homeowner for not having a contract? How does it work when people don't do a contract? As we heard examples that happens.
Yes, that would be a complaint to go to the Attorney General's office, and it is required in statute that if the contract price is over $3,000, that you must have a written and signed contract. So failure to do that is a civil violation under the Unfair Trade Practices. So you could be fined, I think it's between $100 up to $1,000 per occurrence.
Gotcha. Okay. Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern with this bill is, on the one hand, I want to provide consumer protection. On the other, and I think this is what Representative Collender was getting at, are there enough instances of concern that we need this legislation? And if yes, then does this legislation actually help protect the people who we are hoping that it does? And I don't see my way clear with this bill at this time.
Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes, thank you, Chair Curry. Representative Pebworth, I sort of share your concern there. You know, and I think there's an overarching picture, and that is, how do you protect consumers of you know, home construction contracts? This proposed bill just carves out a very small portion of what the larger statute aims to protect consumers from. And so I wonder if it's better, to enhance the protections for everything instead of carving out this one issue where a few people have come to testify before us and said that they've had this specific issue on one of the subsections in the statute, but yet the statute is aimed at protecting many other things. And, so I wonder how advisable it is to protect against the 1/3 down payment at the expense of protections against the $3,000, or also including that the contract needs to, specify the rights of consumers under the Attorney General's office. And I'll also say that the remedies available to consumers are not great, because you can go to the Attorney General's office, but as shown here, it's, penalties of a fine payable to the state of up to $1,000. If you want to sue because you were wronged $5,000, $6,000, $3,000, you need to hire an attorney. And if you're going to file even a small claims court action, you're going to pay your attorney oftentimes more than what you stand to recover. So it's just financially not economical for people to pay an attorney to litigate a contract dispute with a contractor for $4,000. So I'm wondering if there is a larger problem than what was presented to us, and if there's something that we should do about that, or if the statute already covers it.
Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. I spent some time and looked at the spreadsheet that was sent out, and I went through about 100 of the cases on there. There's about 1,800, I think, but I went through about 100, and just anecdotally, there were maybe 4, at most 5, that this bill that we're currently considering would have had any kind of impact on it all. Further, the statute is already there that says the method of payment can only be, the maximum they can have is 1/3 down. It seems like we're going to ask them to put something in writing when they're not even putting the contract in writing as prescribed by law. So why would we make another law that they're not going to follow anyway? It just doesn't make sense. I know a lot of people, a lot of contractors, a lot of homeowners that have work done on their house, and a $3,000 number typically in many cases doesn't get, all it gets is something on the back of a napkin that says, I'm going to do this for $3,000. Here you go. And we work out the payment and so forth and so on. So I just think it's one of those things we would end up passing a rule or passing a law that is just going to sit on the books and nobody's going to follow in practice. And that makes no sense at all.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wonder too, in looking at this, I mean, the name of this LD number is an act to clarify. And I guess what I'm struggling with is, where is the ambiguity in the current statute? Because clarification typically means, in my opinion, that there is ambiguity and something that can be misconstrued, which I'm not seeing is the case. Instead, what we're trying to do is, if this were to pass, we would be putting another burden on our contractors who already, if they're following the current statute as they're supposed to, already include this language in their contracts as required by what's already written. Now we're looking to ask them to make it a separate page instead, So all this will do, of course, is affect the honest contractors who are already doing it as part of the requirement. But the other thing that I'm concerned with is that we're looking at something that, even though they have to require, as they do with the contracts currently, allowing consumers to know that they only have to pay 1/3. But the instance that we were given for this bill, the example was Lowe's, as the example. They required a full payment and in order to do the work. But that can still be a requirement of the contractors. So it's not actually changing that. They can still say, we're not going to do the work for you if you don't give us the full payment. And so I don't know exactly how this will address that current issue.
Representative Andrews, I think I saw your hand. Is you still seeking to talk? Representative Andrews, you're muted. Representative Andrews? Maybe it might be having an issue. Okay, there you go. Oh, try again. Go ahead, Representative Andrews.
I'll pass.
Okay. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yeah, it's something that stuck with me from the public testimony, and I can't remember who said this, but I think they said it needs some teeth. And I tend to agree that if we do anything, it should be something with teeth. I don't particularly see this language as giving teeth to the intent of the statute in general. I'm not opposed to doing something that enforces everything that statute is designed to protect. I just don't see this particular wording of it as doing that. And quite frankly, I'd like to find out more to see if this is a problem that we should address and expand the scope beyond just the 1/3 down payment. However, I'm not sure procedurally, just because of the title of this bill, how we do that or what to do about that.
I think one of the things that especially, one of the reasons why I'm such a fan of campaigning and how we all get here is the campaigning, is you get direct experience with folks. And I really ran on my campaign, I ran into some people who had just had some really tragic, really terrible experiences with contractors that were all messy. And I will echo your comments, Representative Hassenfuss. I'm not sure this would have protected them. I understand the bill that at its essence is to highlight that the Maine law has this standard that can be waived. And so it gives this, it highlights it in the contract or as a separate sheet of paper. And, but again, because it can be waived and often is based on cost of materials, it's hard to know what effect it will have, aside from letting people know that the state has said this is a standard and you have to waive it if you want to. Representative Collmore.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. One last comment, and I was thinking this before, and thanking Representative Hassenfuss because you brought it back and I couldn't remember what it was I was trying to remember, is that I agree with the teeth remark. If what we're looking to do is make sure the enforcement is there, maybe the better idea is to have a bill that would allow for or require the Consumer Protection Agency, which we've heard does not try most of these or even hear most of these complaints fully when they're small-time jobs like this, giving them the authority or need to listen to these complaints and investigate them more frequently than is currently being done might be the better answer. So I wonder if it's possible to move to table this and see what we're able to do to give the teeth that we want to make sure happens so that we protect consumers, but also don't put an undue burden on our small business owners.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if we can hear from Commissioner Head for a moment, just in regards to enforceability of whether it be this or any of the other complaints that we saw in the spreadsheet that we got, and kind of just an overall view. If something's put into statute, how is it enforceable if we're hearing that contractors don't even have contracts sometimes? And is this just putting, I guess, some input from you would be helpful.
This is an excellent discussion of something that is, if the minute you start asking questions, it becomes a much larger issue. I will have to say that this has been a decades-long debate in the legislature. And to give you a bit of a preview of my 2 o'clock presentation, I know we will get to this, so I might as well just open it up now. There have been many, many legislative efforts to create a licensing program for contractors. There have been bills just for residential contractors, and then for general contractors in the commercial area. And there are so many examples of bills that did not make, that were not enacted. So today we don't have a licensing program. And I think there are, that is not a licensing program for a population of residential contractors is not a panacea either, because even when you have license restrictions and qualifications to obtain a license, for example, we license electricians. We have a very active complaint docket of folks who are not happy with the service that they received from a large group of licensees. And so there doesn't seem to be a way to give a committee like this a suggestion for how to address these issues. I think the bill in front of you addressed one tiny piece of it, and it is something. But I really believe that the education of Maine citizens is really the first step here. We have folks in the state who are willing to give away their hard-earned money to a contractor without a contract. There's nothing the AG's office can do about that, because they're not equipped to go after each individual instance of this. So, I don't have any answers, but I do think the legislature over a period of years, has put in place the education for people in the consumer guide, so that there is some place for people to look to see what they should be doing before they sign a contract. But, it is absolutely correct that many people don't have any concept that they should be doing certain things to protect themselves. So even a licensing program doesn't give you that. It's really a personal responsibility to check out somebody's reputation. It shouldn't be that way, but that's what it is. Now, many states, about half of the states in the US, do have licensing programs for different categories of contractors. Some states do that at the municipal level, where there is a clear understanding what the building code calls for. But even states that don't have a licensing program have better ways of informing the public about what they need to do to protect themselves. I mean, you can't stop people from signing up with a contractor that is very friendly, that seems to have a good reputation. They give them the whole payment or part of it, and the person disappears. So, you know, if somebody, I mean, even if there is a licensing program and somebody is licensed, they can go bankrupt overnight, as you saw the Castle Builders example. So I think all the comments that have been made here are totally valid. It's just one little piece of it. And then the committee has to make a decision whether it's worth moving forward with that or trying to make some sense of what else is available. So,
Thank you, Commissioner.
Helpful, but
Thank you. Representative Tassenfuss.
Commissioner, do you think that this is such a problem that it would warrant an investigation or a legislative study on, you know, how to protect consumers of home construction contracts or of, you know, contracts in general?
it depends on it depends on who you are, where you sit, what your perspective is. Contractors in Maine are very successful. Everybody is renovating their homes. They work with contractors all the time. Some are happy, some aren't so happy. So it's hard to know how big of a problem it really is. Now, there are certain times when the AG's office thinks that it's critical enough to marshal a case against a particular company or individual. That sends a message to people that there's, you know, that you can't do this to people in the public. So certainly the committee will have before it in the future opportunities to request a study of this. You know, I mean, I've written the study reports myself from the beginning, and you know, I'm proud of that work, but it didn't result in a meaningful program of licensure. It is a very complex set of factors that you have to consider. I think one of the biggest problems is who would you want to focus on? I assume residential contractors would be a focus. I mean, commercial contractors have all sorts of attorneys and engineers to help them get through whatever problem they're facing. So even if you focused on the residential only, there are so many categories of people working on homes today. How do you determine which of those categories to license and focus on? It becomes really, really complex quite fast. And it probably would be a major undertaking to start that. But maybe this is the committee to do it. I don't know. I will tell you that in all of our licensing programs today, in my department, 90 to 95% of the complaints for our trade categories like plumbers, electricians, fuel technicians, those sorts of people, 95% of those are dismissed because of a lack of evidence, or they're resolved informally through a consent agreement, an agreement to pay a fine and not do it again. But still in all, it's a very steady complaint docket. So that doesn't solve the problem either. It just creates a separate state program that's expensive to run. I'm not giving you a very good answer, I know, but you could use this bill to start the process of deciding how to approach it. Maybe there's a bill coming forward that you could use as the next step. It's just a very hard question to answer.
Thank you. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of the commissioner's comments and all the committee's comments, I am leaning towards agreeing with Representative Collmore on tabling this, only also because we have other pending legislation around licensing coming before us, and it seems like this might be best addressed as a whole more comprehensively rather than piecemeal.
See, Representative Hassenfuss, the proposal from Representative Roberts was to table. Did you have a comment before?
No, sorry. Once again, I forgot to lower my hand, but I'm in favor of tabling that, and I'll second that motion if that was an official motion.
Well, was that a motion, Representative Roberts?
It can be, yes. I can motion to table LD 110.
Okay, and that was seconded by Representative Hassenfuss. Let's see, any discussion on tabling? And my understanding is you wanted to table to a point where we might see whether it's connecting with later legislation, licensing legislation, and whether that we can deal with those together.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe we have at least one, not two.
Okay. And this is debatable, so I see Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe that there is a bill out there for licensing contractors that's coming up at some point in time. I saw that in the list of titles. I'm not sure. It just seems like because the premise of this is so very flawed, I don't know that tabling it is just kicking the can down the road. It would seem to me that the bill is flawed. Let's not move it ought not to pass. And then when the other one comes up, then we can talk about that. That would be my opinion.
Looking at hands. Representative Andrews.
I agree with Representative Ducharme. I think that's the best course of action. Thank you.
Let's see. We have a motion to table and a second, and no other comments. So
Representative Pebworth has her hand up.
Sorry, she's not showing. Oh, there you are, Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Roberts. I don't like the idea of kicking the can down the road, and I know how that can end up being problematic. But I do think that this is different enough from the legislation that we're looking at that I would like us to keep this vehicle. We can certainly vote ought not to pass at a later date if that seems like the best, most prudent. And I here do solemnly swear that I will not allow this to be our prototype for going forward, because I do think that we have to be cautious in that way.
Let's see. Representative McCray, I know you're trying to say something here. We're into the motion to table, so I'm gonna not recognize you at this point. And if it comes back to a main motion, I have a question for you. So, so as a motion to table, are there any other comments? So move to table. Mr. Seneff, is this a roll call vote?
Yeah, I would do it as a roll call vote, yes.
Okay, it's a recommended roll call vote. Okay, so let's so there's a motion. It's been seconded. There's no other comments. Jody, can you call the roll on tabling LD? Are we at 11? Is that what this is? Let's see.
110, isn't it?
110. Thank you very much.
Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews?
No.
Representative Andrews, no. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini, absent. Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme?
No.
Representative Ducharme, no. Representative Austin?
No.
Representative Austin, no. Representative Hasselfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hasselfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard?
No.
Representative Bernard, no. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. So 8 yes, 4 no's, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Breton. So that bill LD 110 has been tabled, and that concludes the work session for LD 110. At this point, I'll entertain a motion to, wait a minute, are we, I think we don't adjourn. I will check in with Mr. Seneff.
So you close this public hearing, and then we have the presentation from Commissioner Head as the last thing on the agenda today.
That is scheduled for 2 o'clock. Is Commissioner Head still here?
I believe she is.
Commissioner Head? Are you?
Yes,
do you
I'm
want
here.
to go? Do you want to go sooner?
I'm ready to go whenever you give me the signal.
Okay. So with that, we will close the work session for the for LD 110, and we will begin the briefing from Commissioner Head regarding licensure. Commissioner Head, go ahead. Thank you and welcome again.
Thank you very much for the time this afternoon. I will be screen sharing if I can possibly manage it. And I'm going to do that right now.
Breton, does Commissioner Head have the right she needs?
Yes, she does. She's a panelist.
Okay, great.
Should be at the bottom of the screen, Commissioner Head.
Yeah. I knew this would happen as soon as okay. Now, I don't know that I am sure that
we're not seeing anything yet.
Okay.
There is sometimes a last button to click this screen, this window.
Yeah, and now I have to get you over into the right screen.
Oh, yes.
Okay, please bear with me. I'm just.
We are used to this.
Was it in this committee or in my other committee where a presenter said it was his very first Zoom meeting?
Oh, not this committee.
Shocking that somebody's managed to avoid it this long.
Okay. I believe that you have in front of you I know you don't have in front of you right now, but I did send Sam a document that I would have used had I not taken the time to do this presentation of slides. Sam, is that something that?
Sam, can you put that in the chat if you can find it?
Yeah, so I did email it out to folks, and let me pull it and put it in the chat.
Is it? Yeah, it's a link.
Yep, I have it linked up online right this morning.
Great, thank you.
Just put it in the chat. I could also screen share that.
Oh, why don't you screen share it? Would that be better, Commissioner Head?
That would be fine. I'm going to use my slides because it's a condensed version, and I know your time is precious. So Sam, if you want to do that.
Sure. All set?
Okay, this afternoon, I feel like there's some information that would be helpful to this committee about professional licensing. It is somewhat complicated, and if you haven't done any work in this area before, it can be a bit confusing. So I just want to alleviate some of the mystery here. So this is really just a basic introduction to professional licensing. And it's an amalgam of many presentations that I've made in the past. And everything starts with the US Constitution. In that document, promotion of public welfare is designated as a state responsibility. So therefore, states individually protect the public by regulating certain professions that have the certain characteristics. States are looking to protect people from professionals when the public does not really have the expertise or knowledge to differentiate between a well-trained professional and someone who isn't so well-trained. So that's why we have regulation of professions. State legislatures establish those licensing programs for public protection. And in doing so, state legislatures grant exclusive authority to licensing boards as independent state agencies. So, for example, in the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation in my department, there are 37 different individual state agencies, and they're called licensing programs. When a state licensing entity issues a state license to someone who meets the qualifications stated in law, that license is a property right protected under due process laws of the US and state constitution. protection of public health and welfare is really the only legitimate reason for state regulation in this area. Licensing programs do not exist to protect the profession from competition or to enhance a profession's status. On the other hand, we have professional associations, not state agencies. These are private professional associations, may want their members to be licensed for different reasons. They may want to increase economic benefits to their members. They may want to provide members with enhanced status in the community. They need to protect the reputation of a profession. It is probably a symbol of respectability, the license, and it may in certain instances serve as basis for reimbursement by third-party payers in healthcare settings. Those are all fine goals, but that is not the goal of a state licensing board. The state license grants legal authority to practice a profession or occupation within a designated scope of practice. Licensing laws define the tasks, the functions, and the scope of practice of a profession. Scope of practice is a concept that you will hear many, many times. You heard it in David Jackson's presentation of his bill for the profession of engineering. When someone is licensed, those tasks, that scope of practice may be legally performed only by those who are licensed. It is true that licensing laws set a minimum standard, minimum qualifications needed to practice in a specific profession. It does not mean that the public will receive the highest level of service. These qualifications in a licensing law are minimum qualifications. They're not the highest qualifications. And that is because states want an entry-level license to allow people to work. And if they need, if they choose to increase their qualifications, that is their choice. But the state sets a minimum standard. So a license is required to, in order to practice and to call oneself a licensed professional, and that license can only be issued by a state licensing board or program. There's no other entity that has the authority to issue that license. These boards are authorized by the legislature to carry out the intent of the legislature to protect its citizens from unethical and incompetent licensees. Licensing boards act to protect the public in three separate ways, and this is a common area of questions. How does a licensing board protect the public? We can't see it. Well, it's not obvious because it's all contained in a licensing statute and the licensing rules that are adopted as a result of that license. So they work in three ways: by issuing licenses to applicants who've met the minimum competency standards that are set in statute. They provide a complaint procedure to allow members of the public to submit complaints against licensees, and by imposing discipline when that's warranted. And the third area is by adopting board rules to clarify the meaning and intent of licensing laws through the procedures established by the Maine Administrative Practice Act. The role of licensing boards many times can be misunderstood. It is not a substitute for the judicial system. In other words, boards they do not have the authority to order a licensee who's the subject of a complaint to pay restitution or any other damages to a complainant. Licensing boards don't serve as an advocate for the public. There are other organizations that provide that advocacy. That is not a feature of a licensing board. Their role is to ensure that licensees meet minimum standards. They review complaints against licensees. They're required to provide fair and impartial decisions in those complaints. And the most important is that they have to safeguard due process rights of licensees in the complaint process. Remember, a license is a property right, and the law says that if you attempt to affect that license in any way, a licensing board must provide due process in that process of imposing discipline. So it's clear that there will be requests for new licensing programs during this session. So when you review those bills that call for a new program for a profession or occupation that's not currently being regulated, I would ask you to consider the following. These are tough policy questions for any committee. So the question is the public in danger in the absence of a licensing program? You have to balance the goal of protecting the public with the potential for barriers to market entry, as well as the cost of a new state program. Our licensees pay the full cost of a regulatory program. So the startup costs for a new program are significant. There would be staffing, investigators, assistance, legal service from the AG's office. And all of those costs will be borne by the group of potential licensees. So I'm taking you back to the discussion that we just recently had. Is the cost of the program justified? Is the public in such danger that the cost of a program like this is justified? And I don't mean to say that money is the most important factor. It is not. It's just one of several factors that need to be balanced when a committee is looking at a proposal for a new licensing program. So those bills coming your way, however many there are, asking for a new program would trigger the Sunrise Review Act. And that is a systematic way for a legislative committee to gather information that will be important in making the decision whether to approve a new program or not. So when you are considering a bill like this, there are 3 different options open to any committee. You can hold a public hearing just the way you would on any bill. And in this case, the proponents of the new program would have to submit with their legislative proposal answers to or responses to 13 different categories of information. And the committee would look at all of that information and make a reasoned decision on whether the new program was warranted to protect the public. A second option would be to request my department to conduct an independent assessment of the proponents' responses to those evaluation criteria. And the third is to request DPFR to establish a technical review committee to report findings to the commissioner. And what what we have found in the last couple of sessions are bills that skip right to the sunrise review process. So a proponent asks for a sunrise review, but without a substantive legislative proposal to study. So it has been difficult to provide that kind of independent assessment. And sometimes, you know, I mean, we can still study an area or a set of issues and produce a report, but the sunrise review process was not designed to skip the proponent's responsibility to come up with a licensing plan or substantive plan. So those are the three options when you look at a bill that requests a new regulatory program. So, you know, just as a final comment, I have always been able to personally research and draft past sunrise review reports, but last session I had about 3 of these, and I can tell you it takes an enormous amount of time, study, drafting to put a report together that can be used by the committee. I'll be candid and say that my department does not have the funding or the staffing any longer to undertake these efforts. The funding for my office comes entirely from our licensees. Their license fees are considered dedicated revenue to that one program. So there is no funding set aside for studies like this. So I would respectfully ask that any future committee requests for sunrise reviews include a general fund appropriation so that we can engage consultants to undertake the study of these important but very complicated issues. So I know that there are probably lots of questions. That's what I wanted to impart today. I hope it has been helpful. And I have also on your document added a summary of the sunrise review process, the way it is laid out in statute. And at this point, I would be happy to answer questions that you may have. There are no easy answers, in my experience. Every attempt to talk about or propose new regulation, I think we have the programs that are meaningful right now, the programs that for which the public does need some guidance on who is qualified to do what kind of work. So I will stop right there and see if there are any questions, and if not today, I'm always available to help with explaining anything that you're frustrated with in terms of licensing only. That's I would limit it to that. But we have had a long experience with professional licensing, and it is pretty complicated.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Head. I think I knew this at one point, but I can't recall. How long have you been in your role?
I started in 1996 here, and I've picked up a couple of additional jobs along the way. So it's a wonderful position to be in as commissioner and director of an agency. There are no slow days, so I'm very grateful for that.
So I see we have a question from Senator Searway. Senator Searway.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, and thank you for all your service that you've done through the years. And I know it's a big task. You've got such a variety of contractors that are skilled and some not so skilled, and some try to take advantage of people because they think they're skilled, but they're not. I think it's a lot of it is buyer beware. I know I was in real estate, and you have to really research who does a good job and who doesn't. But I'm just concerned if we put more licensing restrictions or more added licensing, I'm kind of concerned that we'll end up like some states, like California, where we just outprice ourselves on homes because there's not going to be enough carpenters, for one thing, because it puts a lot more restrictions on who can be a carpenter. And, and also your building cost goes up because they're going to be hard to find. And right now it's hard to find. I mean, there's quite a backlog of trying to find a carpenter to build a house. So I just, I'm kind of, what's your thoughts on if you license, if it's going to raise the price of building in the state quite a bit, I would think.
I can answer that in a general way based on experience with other programs. When you impose licensing requirements on a new profession, on one that has not been regulated previously, there are a couple of things that happen automatically. One is the number of eligible people for regulation. I should say this another way. Let's say you've got 1,000 contractors that you know are in operation in the state. When you impose license requirements, about half of those will not qualify. So you have just decreased the field of available contractors for your work. At the same time, the cost of the product or the service provided increases because there's, the market is hot to get those licensed contractors to work with you. Eventually, over time, that may level out, but there's a significant drop-off in the field of contractors that are operating legally. So what happens to the folks that don't qualify under the statute? You've just opened up a black market of work under the table. So you're not going to be able to safeguard those people. They are going to spend their money the way they want to. And, there's nothing you can do. But the reputable contractors will increase their profits as a result of licensing. And that's not the purpose of licensing. It's only to protect the public. Now, how you do that is the real mystery. And, I've got a list of about 20 proposals along the way since I started that have tried different approaches to this issue. And not one of them was approved by the legislature. And that says something about how difficult it is to protect the public in this profession, this occupation. So it's hard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Pepworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Head. You said something about the Maine Administrative Practice Act and board rules, and
Yeah.
I am unfamiliar with that. Could you tell me a little bit more, please?
Yes. Every state agency that finds that it needs to clarify a statute, a provision in a statute that has rulemaking authority in its enabling statute, may propose a rule, but it has to be proposed pursuant to the Maine Administrative Procedure Act, which does a couple of things. Number one, it opens that rulemaking process to the public. It is designed to for the agency or the licensing board to put out a proposal to the public, and anyone in the public can comment on that proposed rule. The licensing board must go through the process of developing a rule, putting it out to the public, having a public meeting on that rule. Then the board has to allow written comments in addition to oral, has to have a separate meeting to talk about each comment that it received and decide whether they agree with it and they will change part of that statute or the rule that has been proposed, or they can say, no, we really don't agree with that. So we're going to keep the proposal the way it is. So that system sorts out what will be in the final rule. All of that documentation has to be provided to the Secretary of State's office. There's a very complicated process of making sure that the public has access to all of the documentation. Then at the final stage, the rule is given to the Attorney General's office for final legal review. And if everything seems okay, then the board adopts the proposal as a final rule. So it's really the public access to how a board clarifies something that may not be clear in a statute. So the statute is what you have to go by. You can't create a rule that isn't based in the statute. So we're very careful, and we have capable people from the AG's office working with us on every board initiation of a proposed rule. I'm sure that's way more than anybody wants to know, but it's a complicated and time-consuming process of developing and adopting a rule.
Thank you. That was very helpful. And I meant to start my question by there are a number of new legislators here. Really helpful to have that.
Representative Pepworth, I think you were cutting in and out there, but I think you were saying you're for the education of all that we're doing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe, Commissioner, that you referenced this rulemaking earlier today in your testimony as earlier this morning. So, Representative Bailey.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I have a dumb question and then want to explain myself. Do professions ever come off the list? And I guess I'm just curious what the process looks like if it does. And well, I'll let you sort of answer that first. So just trying to understand
right.
Vetting sort of looks like those things. And I'm sure as I look through the list right now, because I've had it in front of me, there's obviously, right, you would hope that professions police themselves, right? There's certainly some professions that I think we as a society would expect the government to play a role in policing, and there's others on this list that you're like, what? At first glance, you wonder why is that on the list? But can you my own education?
First of all, there's no stupid question in licensing. I ask them all the time. And so to answer your question in a direct way, not all the programs that you see on the list of licensing programs in my agency, only about half of those have actually undergone a Sunrise review process, because the Sunrise review statute was only adopted in the like 1992, and most of the programs predate the Sunrise Act. So it happens all the time. Someone will say, well, did the barbering and cosmetology licensing program, if we can, why do they have so many high standards, and what, why would they need licensing? Well, that was one of the programs that did not have, it has been around for many years. It was not put through the Sunrise review process. Since that time, I can tell you that about 17 different Sunrise review studies that I have done, committees determined that regulation was not necessary. So that process does work. There have been a couple of times when a different decision was made, but generally, it does provide a committee with pertinent information about a profession. That's what I'm involved in. What a committee does with that report is a totally different field. I mean, it's a different discussion. But I think it is the Sunrise Review Act that has caused Maine to focus on the licensing of professions that are really meaningful to Maine citizens. You have to have a physician. You have to have an accountant. But you wouldn't necessarily know who was good and who was substandard. So those are the programs that I think are valuable to the public. Then there are programs that you can't tell. Some states really go too far, I think, in choosing which kinds of occupations to regulate. I think we have a good balance of programs that people need services for every day. The only program that I have recommended, I recommended a lot of programs to be discontinued, frankly, because I don't think they're very useful. That has not happened. The legislature made its decision not to deregulate in those areas. The only one that I have been able to get off my plate was the Athletic Commission. And there were financial issues there, and I just felt that it wasn't the typical, it was a sport. And I don't think sport is, I suppose some people think that being a baseball player is a profession, but it's not regulated. So that's the only thing that I have ever seen deregulated, and it almost immediately reappeared as the main martial arts association or something like that. But that was really sort of an odd program for my office, and it's no longer there. There may have been more to your question. I forgot.
That's okay. I just a real quick follow-up, and I'm sorry, Representative Austin has a question, but what have you seen that's been successful in your long tenure in this work to get industries to police themselves? I'm just in the last week and a half of hearing the several bills that we've heard, whether it's well, I won't name some industries, but several industries where I've thought, where are the other professionals in this industry sort of checking themselves, or where are the other companies, the associations, professional associations? What have you seen that's successful? I mean, do bills, and if this is a political strategy conversation to have offline, I'm happy to have it, but do bringing forward legislation encourage industries to be police themselves? What do you find that starts to change the conversation?
That's an excellent question. I find that the health professions tend to proliferate. And, the Board of Licensure in Medicine, that is an affiliated board, not an internal board. That board has the broadest scope of practice. A licensed physician can do almost anything that's in the medical field. That was one of the first licensing programs in Maine. And many health-related professions want the same status. So one of the reasons that the Sunrise Review Act came into being was that surgical assistants wanted their own board. Cardiac care assistants wanted their own board. Like 3 or 4 or 5, all in one session, decided they wanted more status, so they wanted their own board. What became clear is that when you have a state licensing board, it is expensive. It's not like paying dues to an association. You are the only people in that group of healthcare providers that will have to pay the full cost of a regulatory program, which means, it goes at the cost of rent or leasing space. You have to have state employees being paid. You have to have legal service from the AG's office. Those costs really start to climb. Every year, it's a higher level of financial support that's needed. So eventually, if you've got a group of 20 people that want their separate licensing board, they will quickly withdraw their request because the license fee would be so high. So that's the balancing act. I mean, in one way, please stop me if I'm going afield, but the group of contractors, that's a huge group. At last count, there probably are upwards of 15,000 contractors working in Maine today. So their fee might be fairly small, but nobody can tell that until somebody tells me who we're going to regulate. What would that pool look like? So it is the small groups of people that want their own program that quickly disappear because it's just their impact on the public isn't great enough to justify the cost of regulation. I don't know how else to explain it. I think we know in Maine which professions and occupations could really be harmful if we didn't regulate, unless there was some standard set. Phlebotomists are not required to be licensed in Maine, but a hospital will require a national certification. And that's one thing I didn't touch on in my presentation, the difference between certification and licensure. Maybe we could talk about that at a different time. But I mean, certification is not a state function. It's a private function, but it's valuable. especially at the national level. Many of our licensing programs are based on a national certification. That's the requirement.
Thank you very much.
I think I'll give our last question to Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Commissioner Head, as always, you never disappoint. Your thoroughness, your validity, your perspective, your historical recapping it's an education in and of itself, and it always does this committee an incredible big favor. To that historical point, you mentioned probably the last 14 years of having exposure to this very type of conversation and possible legislation. Would you say almost every session we have checked in on this contracting licensure?
I think it depends on the administration. I didn't see any activity to speak of. I would say there's always at least one bill. There were several bills last session. There's, I would have to look back at my notes to make sure, but there's always at least one. And, that indicates that legislators are hearing from their constituents that they don't like the fact that they may have lost money on a renovation. So I get it. I understand that the public is very careful, does not like it when they feel that somebody's being dishonest. But how do you regulate against dishonesty? And that really is the way these bills go, because we have other things in place to make sure that people understand their rights. And, the criminal laws are there to prevent fraud. The AG's office is there to educate people, and I think the majority of contractors are sensitive to their customers, but not everybody is. Not all of them are the same. So it's always there.
I guess could I make the generalized statement that this has been probably one of the most popular sought after licensures over the years? I know you said there's been an exception maybe with one administration, but I feel like every year the contractors are coming to our committee. But aside from that, to Representative Bailey's great question, help me remember, if you can, if you will, because you're doing a good job. Didn't we have examples of a particular contracting group that were holding programs,
yes,
classes and programs, and actually doing a really pretty significant piece of policing, if you will, themselves?
Yes.
Do you think you could speak to that? I can see the gentleman. Yeah. Was he from Wyndham or Gorham or?
Yes, you're absolutely right. That was one of the results of one of these bills to license contractors was an effort by some mid-coast contractors who got together and created a private certification program for anyone interested in the construction field. They had courses and hands-on groups of people to help others understand what the basic skill level should be. And that was very successful for a number of years. And so that's what I mean by private certification. They certified the quality of someone's work and their skill level. And that was meaningful to the community where they were working. And Frank, I don't know if that's still whether they still have, if that program is still in existence. I haven't heard from anyone in that group recently, but that was, I thought that was a great idea. It was not expensive, but it was meaningful to people who could say to their customer, look, I've been certified by this group of professionals, and that is meaningful. So it's a private organization that avoids the cost of state regulation.
And it's an evaluation amongst their peers too.
That's correct.
Within the Berry culture. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I think that wraps up our questions. Commissioner Head, thank you very much for your time and your education, and I'm sure we will be seeing you in lots of testimony over the coming session.
I'm afraid so. Thank you very much, Senator. I appreciate the time. All good questions. Thank you.
Quite the education. Appreciate it. So, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Sir?
Senator Searway, motion to adjourn and a second.
Second.
Here.
All those in favor? And we are adjourned.
Okay, I just need to know if anybody's on the Augusta campus. I know that Representative Ducharme is, and
I'll
I'm
be
thinking that
stepping off.
Representative Collmore may be as well.
Can
Only
we?
because the
Yeah.
purple.
All right. Excellent. We'll talk to you later. So long.